And we are live with something a bit special tonight. Jean-François Gariépy is apparently some white supremacist nut job that we will be covering in the first half. In the second half of the stream, we are talking about Pierre Poilievre at a diary of a CEO, the second biggest podcast out there. I am excited to cover both videos we will be reacting to tonight. About the first one, the white supremacist nut job, I actually have no idea who that guy is. It's mostly the dragon that came up with that idea a few weeks back then. That's why we will get into that. I am very excited about it. So let's react to the first thing. Um, that will be funny. I'm telling you. I know a white supremacist, and I align with some ideas, but the overall extreme, I don't like it. That extreme is kind of wrong. But that's always funny to poke fun at it, and we can agree to disagree on pretty much all
Let
of
me
it.
get the. I need to get the tweet too
Yeah,
for
so
everything.
love the tweet, and we will read.
Would you like me to introduce? So this guy is a famous guy because he murdered his wife.
That's disgusting.
Okay, well, I say murdered his wife, but it's rumor he murdered his wife because
Wow.
his wife walked off into the woods,
Wow.
never to be seen again.
Okay.
Now,
Weird.
sadly, this dude came past my stream because Miss Sparkles put a tweet out because she had covered this man. Uh, she had covered this man. All right. She lives more in the lolcow universe than I do. So
Well, I guess we will dive deep into
let me
the
find that.
first
Let me get the tweet
reaction.
first.
Oh, the
Hello,
tweet first?
everyone, and welcome
Oh
to
my.
Jeff.
All right. So this guy is basically famous for pretty much the wrong reasons.
We like these people. They are entertainment.
It's
Free
entertaining,
entertainment.
but it's also really, really bad. He basically did this very long tweet because,
Did you find it so we can screen share?
I did.
You did. I
I,
like
of
that.
course, have it because this guy found my stream because he started following Miss Sparkles. I know. My
Maybe it's
luck.
maybe he wanted to have Miss Sparkle as his next victim.
That is a.
Hopefully, Miss Sparkle can join up at some point.
He may not do it.
Well,
But
where's the tweet? I want to react to the tweet.
all right, let me share. I need to get the window to share it. So don't. The StreamYards is being absolutely terrible for once.
Oh my.
StreamYards is your own worst enemy at times.
From the get go, that guy looks like a criminal.
I
He has the crazy eyes, you kind of notice it.
I told you he wears like where he thinks it's an insemination bracelet.
Really? Wow. That's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. He's a special ed one.
So
And
pull up these tweets. I want to
I
laugh.
can't. I can either can give it to you. You can pull it up, or I'll put it in there. You pull it up, and it's sorry. I'll see if I can share it. So it's gonna be in private. There you go.
Okay.
Let me dig that up, and I don't seek.
Screen share. Incoming.
I can't share it. Don't,
Yeah, I'm doing it.
don't. You go pull it up. I can't.
I do it. Don't worry.
StreamYards is doing that weird thing of you can't share. Oh my god, you use light mode like a savage.
Well. Let's zoom in. We gotta make it right, you know.
You use light mode. You are terrible.
What's light mode? I don't know.
Uh, white.
Well, here's our white supremacist, folks. The guy we will poke fun at in the first part of the stream. Is it large enough? I guess I will zoom in a little bit more.
Okay. For those who aren't photosensitive, people who use kind of light mode, see, technically there's light mode and dark mode. On everything I use is dark mode. That means when the background is black. Multi is one of those weirdos that uses light mode.
So, let's read out that nutcase right now. I went down the rabbit hole of the Frog Tony and Dirty Dalish leak. So basically, whatever we covered last week, that was kind of weird, but apparently he also went down that rabbit hole. At the lowest levels of the internet, watched hours of stream that had only been watched by 1 to 300
Hold
people.
on a sec. Let me explain this. He watched my stream, and then he went back through a couple of sources I sourced. Then he went back through like Cynic streams.
Okay.
And then found, I guess, a little bit on Tony's stream somehow. So he got some information from mine. Then he did a deeper dive because he started doing into Cynic stream, which is FFS podcast. He used to be a neuropsychologist or something, like he had a big degree. Like he had a multi-degree doctorate that he was teaching at Duke University, I believe. I have to go find it exact. He got fired for inappropriate relations or sexually harassing students.
Wow.
And then,
Model citizen, folks.
of course, he's more famous for his wife walking into the woods and never coming back.
This is the kind of people we want to be. No, I'm joking.
And
we
then
don't want to be like him.
His current partner, he had a couple of wives. He believed in having a bunch of children out of wedlock. And I warn you, there's going to be a little bit of cringe. So
a little bit.
He tried to go to Cynic stream because he tried to go to Cynic stream, and Cynic was going to put him on. Come to find out, by the way, this guy was backed to start his channel or a streaming thing a while back. I shit you not, was given like $15,000 by Epstein or $25,000.
So
I wish
not only that guy harassed a student, but he was friends with the pedo. Amazing.
He was actually friends with Jeffrey Epstein, or came across Jeffrey Epstein, and he gave him money to help start his streaming channel.
Wow. So let's keep reading that. So I've distilled this tale of simping comics and I won't say that word, elves. A tale of female betrayal and OF simp exploitation. I thought it was a tale of two abusive persons that abused each other, but I guess that's a take. And there was simping, so I get that. This is a modern Shakespearean live stream drama which informs us of the ecological consequence of extreme catty rarity in any area, physical or virtual. When that happens, everything goes to crap. Well, I will kind of point out to something that reminds me of some of the Manosphere talking points. I feel like maybe it's the francophone version of the Manosphere. I don't know.
You can share it. You can share mine now. I figured out how to get it to work. It's dark mode. Maybe it's readable.
It's readable right now, so I'm fine with it.
You want to see mine really quick?
I see it in the suggested screen share, and I'm fine with the day mode. So let's go to the next block. Our main protagonist is Dirty Dalish, an elf heir wearing cosplay corn star operating on OF. Yeah.
He very badly misrepresented this. she was doing Fansly
Yeah.
and some OnlyFans. She was
So
doing more softcore stuff, and then you know,
softcore is softcore. It's the same crap as the other one,
it's
but soft.
it's just like so. She was doing mainly Fansly, a little bit of but a little bit OF to our knowledge. She had basically been like the nerdy cosplay girl that people would like. So he misrepresented a lot of facts in this. So sorry if I read
That's
correct.
what the manosphere likes to do. The red pill sphere and also the TikTok sphere when it comes to women trashing men.
Because
So
there's like some other sites like Fansly, and so one of the other ones is Mint Salad that I've had to go over. So I think it's like some of them didn't allow in the TOS the stuff they did. So they did it in private or they did it on other sites. But she never did anything hardcore. It was mostly what you consider softcore.
yeah.
So it was on the lower sites. So Fansly and OnlyFans. And then some slight cam sites. Now, the issue is itself is there's a lot more to this, but there's a part he leaves out, but he's not too far because he only cared it was an OnlyFans.
Yeah. By the way, hopefully you will find some outrageous white supremacist stuff and all of that. That'd be funny. But anyway, let's continue the reading.
I don't know if he says it. Okay, when I call him a white supremacist, he's made his claims that he needs to spread the white race, which I don't know if
It's just kind of white supremacist.
he says his white genes are so good he should have many children.
Oh,
I
no.
have to go find that a little thing about him. That's how we know about this dude.
And then his wife vanishes.
Basically, he wants to have a lot of illegitimate children so he doesn't have to take care of them. But his
That's the
genes are
worst.
spread through the entire
That's
world.
disgusting. Don't do that, folks. Be responsible, please. Anyway, the next block. The explosion of OF bedroom fun in the last few years has created a race toward a specialization. It is no longer sufficient to be one more naked person with her own picture. OF girls now target specific communities in order to increase the efficiency of their money extraction from males. Dirty Dalish is a product of this second wave, specifically targeting gamers, comic enjoyers, and elf enjoying weirdos of all kinds. Well, I guess that's a valid statement there. So that goes back to what I said. Sometimes, even if you're a crazy nutjob on the right, far right, uh, there are some aspects that I can understand and see. So let's drop down to the next block. Women are social climbers. They will use to achieve a set goal and then step over your dead body to get carried by other men after you. OF women are simply the ones who have taken those principles to the professional level, feeding onto the carcasses of men with whom they have cultivated hope that maybe there's a chance. So I will say this. We can also apply that to a lot of men. It's not just women, folks. It's just that women they've been doing that for longer.
Did you hear about? No. On a side note, did you hear about Bonnie Blue may have said she may have accidentally slept with someone underage and admitted to it on stream recently?
Oh wow, I heard
Not
about that,
just
but I wasn't
barely
sure.
legal, not just turning 18.
She needs to be locked up. Sorry about.
She said she maybe knowingly out of a fling said she slept with a 15 or 16-year-old.
Are you kidding me? How old is she? Like 30? 40?
But she was famous for taking people's V cards. Bonnie Blue.
It's
Yes.
so disgusting.
Yes.
I Any man that would have a Bonnie Blue rep would be in jail, and they would have thrown out the key somewhere. Anyway, um, I understand the second paragraph we went into, but I think men are also in that boat. But they don't feel as much a need to climb, and the reason is their survival don't they can't survive without being at the top of the chain, and sometimes some women they can't survive without being at the top of the chain. Like when you're pregnant, you need someone to support you, you need someone to take care of you, and that's reality because you're more fragile, and men don't just experience that. So
Mm.
that's why women, that's in their DNA. But again, I will repeat myself. Men also use others to climb that social ladder, and even like Dalish last week was also using her to boost his numbers and to be more popular and for attention and for so many other reasons. So I think they were kind of more of the
Um,
same coin, but
would you say though it's funny? No, it's more or less the fact of I look at it as yes, women can be social climbers, yes.
men also.
But men when they get older, the so like you notice that like okay, what do you say is the worth of a man versus a woman down the line?
I will be honest. I think the value at large in general, men is what they can provide, and
No, I
woman
mean
is their
at
beauty.
what point do you think they peak?
Men, it it really depends the kind of men you are talking about. Um, there's not necessarily a peak for men, but there's always a lower end. Like I think any men between like teenage years and young adult, like 30-ish, are not in their prime. They are building up who they will become and the appeal they will attract. And I will sound like a lot of these manosphere right now, but they hit on the nerve a point that the more a man has to offer, the more appealing he is.
So the reason I'll phrase it like the way does a value of a when does about so there's an idea a value of a man can earn becomes more value. So
There's
when
no
is
ceiling for a man
there's a
except
ceilings,
himself.
yes,
I,
but
I, I will say this. The only ceiling a man has is himself. So if he decides to stop improving, this is when he hits his prime.
so you have like a thing. Some women only have looks that only go so far. Like I
Yeah.
don't know if you've ever seen Pokimane, right?
Yeah.
Pokimane is getting older. She's getting 30. She's not married. Her parents are like, "Are you going to get it?" And it's the egg timer starts ticking. You know what I mean?
And I will sound harsh, but
It's me.
I think women they hit their prime in their 30s. And I will say
It's
that
harsh, but it's true
I
potentially.
I say that fully believing that a lot of older ladies are gorgeous, they are beautiful, they are amazing. But here's the thing, biological clock talks. And
Mhm.
I will share a bit of story here. When my wife went to testing for Down syndrome, there's 3 tests. She took the first one. The first one appeared negative. So as of right now, we think our baby will be healthy
Uh-huh.
and good.
Uh-huh.
But she was in the same room as 5 other ladies. And the 5 other ladies are older. And they all had Down syndrome babies.
Is it
They all
Down
let
syndrome or it's all the risk of autism?
the Down syndrome. All of these 5 were older ladies. They all tested positive to Down syndrome. So all of their kids, they will have Down syndrome if they keep them.
Are we
And they were
talking
older than
Downs
my
or
wife.
are we actually talking Down syndrome or having
Down syndrome. It's like
I know you're talking like mental retardation. Yes.
yeah, like you'll never grow out of being a kid, basically.
Mm.
And that's to support my point. A lot of ladies and also men are also a factor, but they are not the ones that will grow a baby inside of them. And that's the big difference because the man can give bad seed if he's old and all, but it also depends a lot on the woman's body to handle it. And there are also proof and there are also studies that if a woman past 35 decides to have kids, there's higher risk for both the mother and the kid. So just because of that, it's a sign. It's a sign that, yes, there's a prime. And I think it's 30 years old because you can be in your prime for a few years. I think when you're at 35, this is when it's too late. You're in a downhill spiral simply because you're not as healthy as you used to be. And I will say it also applies to men as well. But here's the big catch: men will find other ways to be of value, while women, it's sad to say, but what's appealing to men is the looks. Yes, the inside is very important, but you need to at least seemingly be appealing enough for someone to look inside. If you're ugly, I'm sorry, but like good luck finding a partner. So again, I think there's a biological clock and it applies to both men and women, but the big difference is at least men, they will provide other things. And yeah, I think that's really all I feel. And
I mean,
again, men are not the ones growing babies inside of
it
men.
sounds weirder because let's assume somebody like Trump's last kid, Barron. He doesn't want to admit he has autism. And it's hinted that he is high functioning autism.
Yeah.
Okay, Barron Trump. But Melania had him in her 40s.
That goes back to what I said.
He's high functioning autistic, and he already has some of his dad's like insanity signs a little bit because all of Trump's stuff is.
And because she was in her 40s, Trump was like, what, in his 50s when he had him?
Let me see.
I'm sure there's around 10 years gap between both of them. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 10 years.
And the thing is, he kind of grew up. Yeah, so he's 20 years old now.
Oh, wow.
He's 20, and Trump is 79.
So, almost 60.
So
it was almost 60. It was like 50-ish. So
I
was right. Even men, it affects them, but it's not.
So Barron Trump, yes, was born in 2006, and Melania Trump, girl, that's her age. She's 55.
And I know they had several kids, right? They had like 3 kids. 3 kids? How many kids they have?
She only has one child. Barron Trump.
And Trump, how many? Only one?
Trump has Don Jr., daughter, and Eric and Don Jr.
Are they like normal?
Normal, but a little bit of that insanity. Like, there's this thing of, but they were born younger though. Like, there's hints that Don Jr.
But that, yeah,
so his children. No, so he has 5 total children: Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany. I've never seen Tiffany. Tiffany is 30.
So you kind of supported what I wanted to push forward. It also applies to men, but it's not as harsh. It's not as bad.
Sperm is like argue it degrades, but there's also the mental because it does have it. That's why I said the
sperm also degrades later. because the woman they have I don't know the word in English.
They have a lower. Okay, women actually the ones that have a hard time conceiving for real. That's
They don't
because
have
of
enough estrogen. Yeah.
no. I think they biologically have proven this. Women are born with a certain number of eggs and the
Yeah.
ability to conceive.
Yeah.
So you can have, let's assume you have two daughters, or let's say three daughters. They can all have three different, I know it's going to sound weird, biologically egg count and the ability to bear. So if egg isn't fertilized by a point, they do dry up. That's actual
Yeah.
proven fact.
So again, age it's the lady's order, and that's sad, but that's reality. So let's read more of that. Um, a lot of red pill manosphere stuff here. Enter Frog Tawny, a low-grade ML live streamer and a hyper-specialized streaming community called the Comics Gate Anti-SGW live streamers, a sub-community of the hyper-specialized Anti-SGW comics live streaming itself, a sub-community of the hyper-specialized comic enthusiast community. Interesting. Very interesting. So I guess this the tweet you wanted to show. Do you have any outrageous thing about that white supremacist from his Twitter, or are we moving on to the video?
You want to go to the other parts where he talks about women are a commodity?
Oh, that's hilarious. I want to poke
You
fun
got to
and
go
poke hole
down.
in it.
It's a couple of them.
Really?
Mhm. So you can go skip over that. There's a little bit of rules. Never mind. This is just his perspective. Because he looked at Tony's tweets. He got it wrong.
I want to poke hole in his narrative. So you
I
know
can
what?
poke.
I
Do you want to read all of that?
no. I just want to read. Oh wait. This story is an opportunity for men to learn many things about women. Frog Tony here being subjected to a new form of cancel culture where he is merely try to help a woman to fame while not ever expecting anything in return and being an extreme gentleman.
He's not a gentleman.
No, he's not.
Would you like to? Tony is a possessive simp. But let me go look at that tweet because there's a part of it.
Okay.
Ha! You found it.
Here are some takeaways from the story. Number 1, never subscribe to a only F. Number 2, never give money to a woman unless she carries your sperm in her uterus. What am I reading, folks? No, I wanted something. I'm not a believer of male and female friendship if they are both straight. There's always one of the two that will have feelings toward the other. It's like it just doesn't exist. But there's a big catch. When you only value women if they carry your sperm in their uterus, there's something wrong with you, mate. And this is what he basically hints at with number 2. I find that disgusting. I can understand the point. Don't give money to anyone, but I mean, don't try to bond or build a friendship over giving money. It will end terribly, and that's the thing. But again, his framing is just so wrong for so many reasons. Wow. Okay. Number 3. Never be kind to a woman in the hope that this will put you in her good graces or even that you would develop a friendship with her. What am I reading? What's that? People are really There are people that would agree with this crap. I know that because it's crazy. We got crazy people out there, but let me rewind this. It's crazy. That statement is just straight up crazy. Never be kind to a woman in the hope that this will put her in her good grace. I think you should be kind to everyone, even the people you hate, even the people that hates you.
Huh.
I think it's important. But but he's basically saying be mean to everyone and be bad to everyone. I I disagree. I disagree so much with this take. Now, I will agree with one thing. Don't fake it. Don't pretend to be kind to someone only to usurp, in this case, a friendship because it's not organic. This I agree. But really, the first part is the inflammatory part for me. Be kind to people. I'm sorry, like I I will say this. I can be very mean, but that doesn't mean I will dunk on someone just to dunk on someone. That doesn't mean I won't be kind to most people. Like I think the proper word is you should respect everyone. If they want you to call them a certain way, call them a certain way. I think it's just being respectful.
Did you miss the part where
I
I
haven't
I,
read the
I
fourth one yet, but
no,
I
I'm so he, I'm gonna say this. He introduced himself in Tony's chat when he found my stream because Tony tried to misrepresent it. He said he wanted to impregnate Miss Sparkles. Now, um, I'm gonna say this, and Tony didn't get it, nor did Tony's chat.
I wish she was there. I will ping her in on this.
I literally can go. I was there in Tony's chat. I go, you did not, and I said this afterwards. I'm like, Tony did not understand what he had said. And I'm like, he tried to turn it around on me. Then reality got onto him for who it was. And he was almost going to have him on stream. His entire panel thought this man was a good man. And
I read like two posts and I'm utterly disgusted.
this is his rule, by the way. He goes over this in the stream. But
Amazing.
Go in.
He will just pester the Dame Manosphere there. But yeah, let's read out the next one. Number 4, a woman will always use any DMS she has with you to mock you later. I will already debunk that. That's a damn lie. That's inflammatory. That's disgusting. That's not true. If you agree with that person, you just surround yourself with the wrong people. That's exactly how I feel because I do know some people are like that. I do know some people like that exist. But if everyone you talk to end up being like that, then
I'm sorry, can I use
there's something wrong.
Can I use the term? It's late enough. If someone's just gonna be that much of a bitch and go behind your back, they're gonna betray you and show DMs anyways.
Yeah.
But it'd be like me. It'd be like me. Not to say we have never had issues. Someone goes, Multi, sent me this. Would you like this to get on Multi's thing? This is my meat, like me having a feud with you, then leaking DMs to somebody you don't know or you're feuding with. Now,
Yeah.
Tony did say these DMs were leaked without consent and stuff, right? But Dalish leaked these DMs because Tony lied about the DMs. Tony, in fact, what this guy didn't understand, deleted the DMs in the past with Dalish. So when Dalish leaked the DMs, he didn't have all of them. She had all of them.
Well, again, I will reiterate what I said. Not every woman will always use the MS you had with them against you. Not everyone is like that. So from the get-go, it's utterly disgusting to read that. And I know it feeds into the manosphere red pill BS. But again...
Did you ever get in the manosphere? I think it was ABBA and
I did.
Or one of them.
I will be honest. A few years ago, I was watching too many channel from that, so I kind of see patterns.
Did you actually see that one of them actually got caught eventually simping for a woman?
Yeah. It's hilarious.
It was like,
But again, I dropped out of manosphere content a long time ago. I think it's depressing. It's very depressing, and I think there's indeed a gender war, but like the manosphere and TikTok are both fueling it. So anyway, let's continue the reading for the outrageous things we see. Restrict all communication to establish the date and location of insemination. What is going on? No. I didn't read that. That hurts so much. No. So basically what he is saying is use them only for babies.
Multi, I warned you.
As we will cover the video, try to find other outrageous posts like that. It's disgusting.
I warn you, there's a couple. This post, the thing about it is, Dick Masterson, remember that thing I had from The Biggest Problem? Dick Masterson said he might have him on to talk. He wants to get him on to talk to Dalish. No shit, by the way.
It's disgusting. Women are more than just that. So we are talking about to someone that seemingly is a freak, just like last week. We see a trend now. 2 freaks in a row.
But he's a freakish a little bit? No.
Number 5, deny women the opportunity to use you as a social escalator. Okay.
There's a little bit of a fair point in that.
I will remove the part woman. I will say person.
Any person. Look.
Yeah.
Look.
Because men also can do that.
Do you know how many like weird, lackey men use other men as social climbing purposes?
I know. I know they exist. But yeah, I would replace woman by man or person.
But see, usually, right, most women, he has it that, look, I'm not a chauvinistic pig as a man, but I'm like, they're both men and women. A man whore is no different than a woman whore. Sorry.
If you give your contacts to them, you are worth nothing to them afterwards.
Okay, he actually was under the assumption that she was not already connected to a person on the Dick Show. Okay?
Yeah, and I will say this. They will find contacts anyway. And not everyone thinks of you as a transaction. But I do think in the Dalish case, it's actually a transaction. But in general, people acting with each other is not always a transaction. Sometimes they both gain something at the same level, but not in a transaction way. It's really hard for me to develop and expand on that. But
I mean, look, men and women both have social climbers. I mean, have you ever seen at a job that
I know
Then you know it's the weird dude that goes, "Yes, boss. Yes, boss." They're always like the teacher's pet in school.
He
Yeah.
wants to climb higher, folks.
Now the thing about the women, right? There are women who will just like this is something I said this, and I'm not saying that she's completely innocent. I think Miss Sparkles didn't like how I said it, but the issue itself is, yeah, Daylish should have spelt out sooner that Tony, because Tony wanted her in a different mannerism, and she would have had the keys to the kingdom opened up to her. No offense. Sounds like a weird term, but
yeah.
the thing about it is, like, the way he talks, no, you just got to get through this.
Let's read the last sign of 5. Only trade contacts for actual proven delivered. What is going on? This is a cult, folks. No. I don't believe what I'm reading. It's like the second line in a row, the second point in a row, he speaks about like spreading the genes. So that white supremacist nutjob, he really believes in the cause. Let's spread the genes, folks. It would be outrageous to know I will have mixed kids because my wife is black, folks, and she's amazing, and she is far better than any whites I did date. So that's one thing.
Look, he's all about having kids just to have kids.
It's ridiculous. If you're not going to take care of them, you're part of the issue. Again, it's disgusting. And what you told me about that individual, that guy is belonging in the cage. Like he lives like in the 1500s again.
There's like, have you ever heard of the basketball people who literally have a basketball team? Like basketball stars or famous people, they have like 5 or 6 kids.
They are like illegitimate kids as well.
They're all like illegitimate kids, you know. It's like ridiculous. Okay, just like
Number 6. Understand that OFE enjoyers are simply expert at what most regular women do: live off the carcass of men they lead on. You know what?
That's based.
I won't use the same terms, but that's the actual first point I can agree with. Well, actually, no, that's the second.
Okay.
The first point was actually valid. Don't subscribe to OF. I actually agree with that.
Okay.
But...
Okay. Sex work is the oldest profession.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now it's worse because we created so many issues around that.
Here's the thing about, like, I have a friend who works in a strip club. Strippers who don't know how to entertain.
They don't make money.
Don't make money. They don't make money. They don't do well. They go home broke at the end of the night. Or broker. Right?
Yeah.
If you provide some sort of twinkle in your eye, booty shake, someone's going to cough up more money. Fan service.
So I just read 7, and there's no other word than black pill at that point. And my StreamYard is experiencing some issues. So once it's no longer like that,
never expect a woman to
come
take
back.
your help. She will take any help you send her way and mock you after taking it. No, she'll only do that if you slap her butt at a pizza box with saying it's a pizza box at a party when she says she's not interested in you.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I will also say this. I will repeat what I already mentioned. Not every woman are the same. Not every woman are bad in their genes, but that person has a twisted view on women, and
okay,
I don't think he genuinely believes that. I think he knows there's a public for it, and that's why he makes these outrageous posts. He is a grifter that knows his grift. There's no way in hell he truly believes all of that.
So Dalish only felt threatened because she already has depression and anxiety medicine. She does take pills for it, but she also does marijuana, which I highly don't helps
That
with
won't help
anxiety.
you.
But she's on antidepressants too. Now,
So many pills.
so she felt harassed by Tony. So when it came out, right, what Tony said on the stream that I told to Cynic, she felt the need to say something because Tony lied about it. Because Tony, about this was the beginning of January. It had happened a year and a month before. Okay?
Okay.
Now, that's just him being autistic, okay? Now we got
Okay.
through it. The
So-
rules he made up. By the
So,
way, yeah, no, just give you, yeah.
I will be opting back out, but
Basically, this guy basically.
I will let you talk a bit, but again, I
You're
will back
good.
out because of
Yeah, you're
StreamYard
black
that crush
screen.
on me. Yeah.
I'll cover it. Thank you. So, the responses to this was a bunch of black pill people on Twitter. Sadly, I can't share the messages. We're a bunch of black pill people saying she's entirely bad. Her mistake, and I'm going to reiterate this, she knows her profession. She knows.
So, we will do exactly what I said. So we will be covering a video from that white supremacist that was really insulting to the ladies out there. I'm
May
sorry
want to.
for those that experienced trauma because of that.
Let me find this. Let me please.
In
let
the
me-
meantime, try to find a compilation of outrageous tweets. I had a field day with the 7 awful things he said.
The thing about it is he lays out the essay, but
yeah, and
there's a thing, but when I'm not lying about, he got like to start like a channel or a project he was doing. Jeffrey Epstein gave him like $15,000 or $20,000.
wow.
And I'm not kidding. He's
I
seen in
believe you.
photos with Jeffrey Epstein.
I believe you. But anyway, before we dive deep into the video, I want just a proper closure with the 7 outrageous thing. So out of these 7, I think there are only 2 that are based. Number 1, and I believe that was number 6, where that was one of the last few that was actually based. But overall, it's just manosphere, red pill content, and black pill as well from people that have become hopeless. And I don't think it's helpful. That kind of post just makes the divide bigger, and I think it's sad. It's sad. So let's get into the video. I have no idea what I will be watching, but I trust
It's
Dragon.
not bad. It's nothing gonna get you.
Tonight, I'd like to share some philosophical thoughts on the pimp-simp dichotomy.
Oh,
Dichotomy.
Guess what happened? So after he left Duke in the U.S., after being cleared of the murder, I guess they couldn't find it and said it was just weird and it disappeared. She walked into the woods. She
never came back.
He decided to move to Canada. He's not your problem. He's up in either Alberta or somewhere up there.
I don't think he's in Alberta. He's too much of a freak for that.
He's up somewhere. And he moved up there. He's been living up there a while.
I see him being from Quebec because of his accent and his name. His name is purely French. But yeah, let's listen to whatever he is about to say.
Sex and this story in which I fell down the rabbit hole yesterday. Just ended on a bizarre stream invited by... The story is long, but someone told me, Jeff, go watch this stream. And
No one told
I
him
watched
that.
it. and I got drawn into a world of comics fans, simps, only fangirls exploiting these comics fan with porn that is specialized for them, and I'm just fascinated at the biology here. And we need to talk about this because it's the
Dichotomy, I guess. But he was wrong the word. I don't know.
He's a
biology of
sorry. He has a PhD in neuroscience. Okay.
Oh, so maybe it's truly biology. Interesting.
He basically his expertise is neuroscience, cognitive neuropsychology,
and he's a freak, folks. Keep that in mind.
Electrophysiology, neuroimaging, artificial intelligence, social cognition, neuro. He was at Duke University 2012 to present. University of Montreal from 6 to 12.
I'm surprised it didn't turn out to be a far left.
Now, I will say he's universally labeled as a white supremacist, and he believes, I don't define specific, but he's often said, like, there's a lot of, like...
Find more outrageous tweets.
I have to find it. There's a lot, because Destiny knew of this man.
But again, I will reiterate what I say a lot, but I don't know if I said on stream. You can have degrees and be an awful person. Being smart doesn't make you good. Anyway, let's...
No, he believes that he is smart, and he
the biology of female control, and ultimately, what is the female imperialist project and what it implies. This
Matriarchy?
Constant female control over culture by canceling specific male types, by giving themselves to other male types. And it's really a world in reverse what's happening. It's a world in which this comic books...
So basically, in other words, he's talking about woman pick and choose. That was always like that.
But he also thinks Tony is a victim. But I disagree with that.
Tony is no victim. He's toxic as hell.
Tony is toxic as hell. Toxic as F. And as weird as Hef. And he tried to get her. He wanted to be her stunt dick.
And by the way, we covered also that guy tweet. And that guy tweet were outrageously bad. In they were fulfilled with hate toward women. So... Again, I'm not surprised he is always blaming it all on the lady because I don't know, like maybe he has mommy issues. I don't know.
But I'm not saying that he's wrong. There are women like Bonnie Blue knowingly has.
She's disgusting.
She knowingly likes to sleep with barely legal
in
people.
the cage and throw the key.
Community on the internet, which I don't know about these things. I know it distantly. Like I know, okay, that's a comic book, but I don't know. I don't engage with the content within the comic books. I don't understand what's fascinating about them, but I understand the autism, and so these
that's
people are just communities. They stream, they make small streams. And there's a current scandal that has been spread over the last year or two. They're trying to...
Wrong. It wasn't spread over a year or two. One dumb frog-looking individual, a frog wannabe, decided to go on a stream, gabbing with geeks, and tell a story of how he basically did not capitulated and took a plea deal. Actually, he said on biggest problem, he didn't take a plea deal on a StreamYard, that he basically capitulated to touching her ass, maybe. And he said it was a pizza box.
Cancel a guy. But as I review the evidence more and more, and as I dig through these live streaming, I see just a guy who tried his shot. A guy who tried his shot on an OnlyFans girl. And it's like, we have to create a culture in which not only is this acceptable, but we should elevate these guys as heroes, because
And I understand that point of view, where he's coming from, that we shouldn't be praising and saying it's great and all. I actually agree with that. Um, I
Yes.
didn't believe I would agree with Gariépy, but I guess this is where our bias connect, because
Um,
I'm center
Let me give
right.
you a good analogy. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, that's true. Fact, spitting fact.
the fact
Yeah.
is,
So when
only
we say
fan
a broken
culture
clock
is
is look, when we say a broken clock is right twice a day, it means at least that even the most person we don't agree with can can be right twice a day. So,
Yeah, that's true.
a sterile environment. It is an anti-natalist environment that is really a thorn
now that's an
in the
interesting
family, in the
conspiracy
mod.
theory.
I actually agree with that, because I think that environment where um, men are discarded after being used doesn't push forward for encouraging birds and that kind of stuff.
Mm, you know that thing we're going to cover later, right?
Yeah,
There's a thing about uh, he has a thing like I think declining birth rates are also because do you want to raise a child without being to provide?
yeah. I think it's
Yes.
a complex issue.
It's like if you're earning, like, yeah, your wife, you let's say, happened, but you know, it's hard to raise another child. I mean, a child's like an 18-year commitment, you know? Like,
Yeah,
it's the thing. So,
it's more than that actually, but
but
yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It's like there's a cost. And
yeah.
you know that as well as I do. But like this, he's like say an anti-natalist culture would be saying women are just having abortions. That's not the case.
They're just
Mo-
not having babies with some people.
they're also just not having kids. It's like career women go, I don't want to have a kid to tie me down, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they spawn very often now.
And then they want to go by 35, say they want to have a kid.
It's too late, girl.
It's like you're going to run a risk in your 30s. There's a thing. So I'm not. It sounds weird, but when I think anti-natalist or anti-childbirth culture, I think of it where they said to certain people that there's too much population, so
Which is not true. We just
you
manage
shouldn't
40
have
hours
children.
space. We lack space, and a species like ours that will eventually die needs to reproduce to maintain itself, you know. But anyway, let's play more of that.
Modern family. This idea that you can separate sex, like hedonistic sex, pleasure sex, watching naked females, this part of sex, you can separate it from having babies. And then you can sell this. Then you can
I I actually agree with that. Again, a clock, a broken clock, can be right sometimes.
So there is
satisfy the male instinct with all this delusion of the false sex. Because sex has only one function, it is to make babies. So every time
This
you
I
engage,
disagree. This is outrageous. This is like as bad as the tweets. No, bro. Like, it's fun. It's meant to be fun. But I understand that if you only take it for fun, it's wrong. But if you only take it for naturalistic purposes, it's as bad as if you do the
um,
reverse. So he's like far right. Like
um,
the far left. The far left thinks sex is only for pleasure, while the far right thinks it's only for babies.
can I offer a counterpoint?
Okay, go
Here,
for it, man.
do you know what both men and women are actively both sexual beings, right? Because in modern culture, we actually, so there's a thing in modern culture, right, where I'm going to say like the adult rom-com novels that are like where Morning Glory and Milking Farm, where women want to have sex with animals and bulls and other things. Adult fan fiction that is borderline, that's now just rom-com for them, that are their female romance novels. So women deny that they're sexual entities. This is true. But there's a thing women will think about as sex as much as men. And they will just be, they may not want to cheat on you, but women, like, say, even if you walk with your wife, she's going to look at another guy, but maybe not in a sexual manner down the road.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's like, there is a thing when people say, but there's also the belief that normal sex is part of a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
So, but then again, you could say that, and you can look at the Japanese. The Japanese supposedly have the lowest sex rate in marriage, and some of the happiest marriage ever.
They are vanishing.
Some of the happiest marriages ever.
They are vanishing species, bro. They are going to go extinct.
The problem is they're working themselves to death before.
Not just that, they stop making babies because they have the same issues as the Western world.
Actually, no, it's called the plight of the salary man, but that's the case.
In any porn or OnlyFans stuff, you are engaging in what is socially destructive, what is a fraudulent market. You are deceiving your genes into thinking that maybe you have a chance.
I agree with that.
And so there's some degree of pathetism in the messages that we will review. But in the end, what we have is a guy who has fully respectfully engaged in some degree of sexual banter with a OnlyFans woman.
He was abusive. The guy was abusive. So we are talking about Delish. And by the way, those who missed it, you can go on the React channel. It will be uploaded soon, right after the stream, most likely. But it was a Delish file, something we covered last week.
So can I say the weirdest part about it is that he talks about her. I hate to quote cynic. He kept going back to my dick. You saw it.
Yeah.
He kept going back to my dick. The dude kept trying fucking. Okay, there's a point you're so desperate. I'm sorry. Adult services and adult images do exist for a reason.
Yeah.
So, you don't need a woman to engage in it.
That's true. Anyway, let's play with that.
Led him on. Who appeared on his streams, who developed a collaboration with him, who talked geek with him, who appeared publicly with him and is now dropping him under the bus for no reason at all, just for mockery, really.
Oh, bruh. They were toxic to each other. What am I watching right now? Again, I think he has mommy issues because he's only trashing the lady. They were both toxic in the Dalish file stuff.
I told you he misread it.
Wow. At that point, it's a grift. Like, he cannot be serious. I don't believe that. Let's play more.
So it's like we have to stop this culture of mocking the male who's trying to fix everything that is sick about this society.
How is he trying to fix it? If we speak about Dalish, how does he try to fix it? I get the messaging if it's at large or in general, but like not every man wants to fix it. But whatever. I think it's the perfect example of like all of these TikTok ladies that think all men are bad, but now we got a man version that thinks all women are bad. This is what we are reacting to right now.
I'll be honest. Did you know there's actually such thing as themselves women who don't really want to date as well? Like, there's a famous manga. It's really interesting. It discovers the concept of it. It's called Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man has Denji, which kind of is an incel. Later on, there's a female character that gets possessed by the devil of war. She's a femcel. People argue this label, but she kind of can't get attached to anybody.
That's sad, but that's real for many.
And we have to elevate them as heroes. As far as I'm concerned, Tony is a hero for standing up to an anti-natalist culture and saying, I will shoot my shot. And it's not like he did it at enormous cost to himself. Now, he may be ridiculed for weeks or years because people are now laughing at these hilarious DMs in which he suggests that she should become his pet elf. We'll get into the details, okay? It goes deep. It goes deep. But it's like knowing that this is all sexual banter of ultimately a guy who says, hey, here's a woman who's showing me signs of common interest to me, who's constantly updating me in DM. Oh, I'm just waking up. How are you doing? Oh, let's do a stream together. Oh, here I'm appearing on your stream for months. That
By the way,
a woman
as
with
you
whom
said,
you have to shoot your
she
shot.
was telling him
If there's
she's
anything
not interested.
that we should reproach to Frog Tony,
trying to tell him about 10 ways to fuck
as
off.
if he hadn't done it. Any woman who approaches you like this has to receive direct proposition for insemination immediate. If you think Frog Tony's DMs are ridiculous or laughable or too
I think his take on it is ridiculous and laughable. Insemination.
My favorite is he just drops it.
It's
like
brain dead.
nobody's business.
It's
Nothing.
It's brain dead content. I thought we hit
It's-
rock bottom last week. I think now we are at rock bottom right now.
Really? Really?
Can't go
Really?
any further. It's so disgusting. It echoes the tweets we read.
present or
Go.
Go for the throat. Do you want to say something? I guess not. So
It's gonna probably get worse.
too hard, you should see my DM. You should see my DMs.
it looks like
There
the
is
cycle.
not a woman who can say hello to me without me directly asking for when is it that I can come inside of you. That should be the standard.
No.
So it's
no. I don't
Yes!
believe it. I don't
Yes,
believe
he needs his hard drive checked.
He's a
fucking
grifter.
swear.
it. That guy is.
You think I'm kidding?
It cannot be real.
No, he's real. He's
He's
totally
not.
real. You can say he's not.
He's not real. I'm sorry, but no. I don't
he's
believe
real. He's done this to several women. He did this to Miss Sparkles. I shit you not.
it. Are you kidding me?
She said this to Miss Sparkles. I know this. Because Miss Sparkles went on another person's stream. She said, go ask who this guy was.
Does that
She
gorilla as
just
kids?
DM'd him out of curiosity about the wife. And he looked at her picture, then said whatever.
Dragon, is that gorilla as kids?
Yes, thank you. Will do.
Dragon, does he have kids?
I don't know. He has a couple of like 1 or 2 or something, but I'm not sure.
What
Yes.
kind of lady wants his semen? after what we just heard.
Apparently, Miss Sparkles would know more, but she's not here.
Text her. I texted her. Text her. We will make her come here and explain
Dave.
what's up with that guy.
She actually
That guy is beyond belief, folks.
No, this is all real. He has said this to multiple women. I don't know what year.
He is beyond belief. I don't believe that.
You don't think he's real?
That's a grifter, bro. I'm losing faith in humanity right now.
This is
ridiculous to see this SJW crowd of like they are really anti-romance. That's what they are.
Anti-romance.
They are a bunch of sterile, childless, pathetic, anti-romance, just rumor spreaders of the internet. Ha ha ha! Look at him. He's making jokes to her about maybe having a blowjob. Ha ha ha! No, Frog Tony has done exactly what should be done. And he's done it now at a
Frog Tony was toxic
and for mockery on the internet. But
it deserves all of
played the game to the maximum effort. And I commend the effort. So what is this story? Well, it starts with this woman, Dirty Dalish. So she's a porn star who is trying to rise in the last few years, being specifically a porn star for OnlyFans consumers from geeks. Geeks, comic book fans, geeky people who like PC games and stuff, and elf-themed sexuality. So she's really one of these. I was commenting on my tweet thread, which I've given the link below. There is a new race of OnlyFans specialization because it's like there's millions of women. There's millions of women. Romance or romance? Romance. Love. This is what I'm talking about. Love. I'm talking about the mechanism by which we take these fucking Californian, male-exploiting, succubus, blood-draining fucking whores.
Vampire, you mean? But
this is actually out of rage.
Yeah. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Outside of that guy has some mommy issues, and that guy is
Do you think
the perfect
mommy
example.
issues or female issues?
Mommy issues for sure, but I think that guy is a perfect representation on everything that went wrong with the red pill and the manosphere. He is so toxic in his approach. He just diminished so much the ladies out there, and he just fuels the gender war.
Do you see the blank, weird look in his eyes that's like pure evil? Yes?
Yeah, that's a psycho.
See, here's the funny thing about him. I quote this. I've heard this. He apparently said, you should, if you need a good wife to bear, a woman to bear a child, find them younger and then prepare them.
It's like grooming. Disgusting.
Yes. I'm not kidding. This dude's something.
I'm not surprised.
The way he's
that
saying,
guy's a grifter. He's crazy.
The way he's saying this, to a degree, we thought he was grifting, but I also think part of it is also I want to believe he was real. Then I asked the friends and some stuff about it, and I'm like, there's a little bit psychosis here.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you can hate on women, but just
he takes it to another level.
And transform them into valuable members of society. Tony Frog tried. Frog Tony tried.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Because ultimately, this is the problem we're stuck with. We have these places of sexual hedonism and big tech internet control of the entire world that are setting up in places like California. They're hoarding females to live unsustainable, non-reproductive, anti-natalist lifestyle, and they're spreading their toxic porn all over the country.
I will agree with something. It's the far left that spread that ideology that's anti-natalist. On this, I agree.
Um, would you say free love is more of a liberal thing or a conservative thing?
Free love? What do you mean? I don't know
Like,
what's that.
so I'm 40 to give people an idea. When we were growing up, we eliminated most STDs, right?
Yeah,
We would sleep around, but there would be safe sex, right?
yeah,
Normal. The other people came in, STDs exploded. Like they call it like not open relationships, but it's like the sleeping around more often happened in the later millennials,
yeah.
where it's just free love, like, oh, you could just have sex anytime, go to a grinder app or Tinder app.
That's clearly liberal.
It's like hookup culture.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
There's the word.
I see. Well, it's far left in my books.
It doesn't promote relationships, and then
Yeah, it's far left.
these men and women both do it. Man whores and woman whores both want to settle down and have kids or families. And there's a phrase: you can't turn a whore into a housewife,
That's true.
right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's like Riley Reid. Here's a good example. Riley Reid's doing YouTube. She was a major adult star.
Her
She
kids
now
will hate
wants
her
all
when he grows
she
up.
now wants all her past adult and porn work nuked off the internet.
That won't happen.
That won't happen.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry. Continue.
Let's do this.
They're living off, they're enriching themselves
Off of
out of the false dreams that they cultivate in the males of the whole nation. And at some point, you have to see this as racketeering, interstate racketeering, romance criminality. This is what's happening. And it's grave. It's grave.
I'll let it go a little longer.
Because it leads to the accumulation of resources by women in liberal areas that are staying liberal forever.
That's
and it
true.
leads to this culture of we will mock any attempt at approaching the queen, the untouchable.
Okay. Simpery behavior. What's funny, I will say I heard this from Andrew Tate. See, Andrew Tate, prior to becoming famous, see, his father was whatever. He ran a cam girl business. Okay?
Okay.
If you give money to a cam girl or something, it's like going to a strip club and having a stripper entertain you. She's there to make money. You're paying her for a sexual transaction or an entertainment of sort. You know, there's free sites too, you stupid. But here's the thing. He talks about people. There's a difference between women who trap men and use them. Think of like, we're watching Daredevil, right?
Yeah.
Daredevil, Kingpin's wife wanted to use Fisk, right? But she also loves him in a way. But she's also a powerful woman. Yeah. Behind this is usually a traditional relationship. But let's take Amarath. Amarath streams on Twitch. They know she has a husband, an Asian husband. It's been appearing. He's the one who shot the person who came into the house, by the way. They still donate to her, knowing she has a husband. Does she Is she morally wrong, or the guy's just stupid for giving her money?
I think it's both.
Both. Maybe, but I think it's the men who keep her up. So they want something from her, maybe a dance or something that fills a need. But I don't think it's illegal or ripping off because you're paying for it. Just saying.
Let's play more of that now.
Porn
That gave me
queen
cancer.
who must be adored and protected by all of our ultra simps, because Frog Tony trying to shoot his shot in DMs that may make for a good laugh if you take it out of context. But the real simps,
Even
the
in
real
context.
simps are those that are
Even in
around this
context.
woman, exploiting her sexuality for fooling other males. The real simps are the pimps. And there's a pimpery system that's
Future
establishing
rapper.
itself on the internet with OnlyFans, where a bunch of males who are literally cocks, like in the literal sense of it, in that they specialize
right
in
about this,
charming
anyway.
females,
Yeah.
being so acceptant of their sexual liberties that they let and use these females as their objects of display on the internet by letting them being only fan whores. Now that's a simp. That's a fucking beta. To
Oh, but see, can I say this? You know why? Okay, do you know what keeps VTubers functioning?
I don't know.
VTubers, okay. There's this weird phenomenon with VTubers. VTubers are like women, usually, that have the female VTubers, okay, are the last realms. It's the last stop for them to be entertaining, usually. Iron Mouse is a little bit different. She has a condition that keeps her in her room. It's like an autoimmune, and she can't go outside, basically. Whatever. It's like a weird thing of. But most women that are VTubers, they do it. It creates a fan service and a culture. It's like an idol industry that people donate to. It develops a what's the term? Relationship when you're attached to a streamer. Multi.
I don't know.
It's the mental relationship. You think you have a relationship.
Parasocial?
Parasocial. There you go. Like we should complete others. So there's a parasocial thing with VTubers and idols. People use that all the time. Guys can become attached to male streamers in a weird form and echo them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but there is a culture as well, because, like, I will say this is the broken clock thing. Pokimane got famous by duping a bunch of teenagers that she's a woman you can bring home to mom. Okay?
Yeah.
That's got on his facts about Pokimane. Now Pokimane's just kind of this bitter aging woman who's kind of faking out. But see, he has a point. But I need to be right back.
Let's play more of that.
make the commerce of the body of your female to fool a million other males into thinking that maybe she's attracted to them. And some of these guys, some of these beta husbands of these whores, they are down to even sometimes typing for her. They are down to faking relationships with the male simps of the OnlyFans subscription. Sometimes they act out as if they are their wife. That's how reduced you've been, that you can't even find a good occupation for yourself. You have to fake being the female that you married or the female that you're with. You have to accept her turning her pussy into commerce, into an object of commerce. It's very grave what's setting up, but so that's the situation we're in. We have this girl. She's exploiting. Uh, she's exploiting her body uh, in the comic specific community by generating this cosplay, like Japanese style, sexual, elf, fantastic, Dungeon and Dragon themed, or whatever that is. And she has an OnlyFans. Welcome to my saucier page, where I post lewds, nudes, and clips of me being overall slutty and extra naughty. Okay. Now, this girl, for exposure and for elevation of her social status, because she probably one of the big problems that OnlyFans whores are dealing with is that there's so many OnlyFans, there's very few OnlyFans women who are succeeding at making any money from it.
That's
You
actually
need
true,
to
and
be
it's
able to
proven.
meme. You need to be able to go viral. And so she starts engaging with the community, deciding that she's headed toward a specific type of viral success within the comics community. And she approaches a man, Frog Tony, and they approach each other in. So Frog Tony is this small streamer. Frogman, Frog Tony, the fabulous Frogman. Okay, so he's a blue frog themed streams. I've watched so many of these streams just to understand what this community is about. Still very confusing to me, but something about comics or whatever, Comics Gate. And she approaches him. Well, they kind of get together in June 2024 through streaming, super chatting each other. There's some relation that develops. Perhaps it's Frog Tony seeing that she's starting to stream, starting to build her YouTube channel. And Frog Tony decides to invite her on his streams to elevate her popularity. This gives her an occasion to talk to geeks, to talk about geek stuff. This is very common in the live streaming community. Someone is a new rising person. They're not a star yet. They're absolutely unknown. And you have more established streamers that will invite these people on stream to elevate them and to give them an opportunity to grow. Because if you're ignored by everyone in this,
That kind of stuff happens very often in different spheres. It's not just the comics, movie reviews, gaming. A lot of spheres are like that. Podcasting in general. So yeah. So far I don't have much to say because not that many things are so outrageous. I think we had so much outrageous things so far. It's reassuring. It's not all crazy nutjob thing.
business, doesn't matter even if you're a e-girl with nice boobs or whatever. You need kind of a ladder. And Frog Tony visibly is willing to be that ladder early in her rise. He's willing to be that ladder, and I would say that the relationship that he entertains with her in DM then is a very typical relationship for older males with younger, cute girls. It is a half.
And I will also add this, based on what Dragon told me, the guy is in his 40s and the lady is in her 20s, so it's kind of accurate to what he's describing right now. So let's play more of that.
I would put my dick in your mouth right now, and half I'm kind of a father figure to you, and I want to care for you. I want to allow you growing. I want to introduce.
By the way, if he wanted that, it's because he knew he could get clicks. It's not because he was gentle or kind. So that entire aspect to don't be kind to women, that's, by the way, what that guy was saying. Um, it doesn't apply in their case because it wasn't a question of kindness, it was a question of transaction. You will uplift me, I will uplift you. It was a transaction. It's not kindness. So let's play more.
You to the live streaming world. Very, very common. Because there is something in the male brain about that kind of crosses the border between sexual attraction and father figure type of admiration. And as the male gets older and he's faced with these cute new generation of women below his own generation, it's very easy to get attached and to see a kind of shining potential in the young woman. And of course, you want to get your dick wet at the same time, but you're also appreciating it for the non-sexual aspect of it. And this is what I see in Frog Tony. Basically, he, of course, like any guy, like you look at this girl, you're gonna take a blowjob from this girl any day, of course. But at the same time, Frog Tony, of course, like any man would have taken the blowjob, but he's engaging with her in a way where he finds some degree of non-sexual interest with her, in a very classy way, while interspacing his communications with her by these little sexual banters that she doesn't push back on. She lets him continue his sexual banter and engages in some of her own. So it's like,
But
there is
it wasn't
nothing.
out of love. It was just because this is what OF model do.
I mean, I think she kind of used him, but I think it's also
He also used her.
he
I
did
think
not.
it
Look,
went both ways.
you gotta set boundaries.
Yeah.
If you don't set boundaries, bullshit occurs. Okay.
Yeah. True.
In there, like I looked through the whole DM conversation. There is nothing like sexual harassment of any kind. There is nothing even misplaced. It is actually a heartwarming, overly polite, overly respectful.
Debatable.
Okay. The part about the sexual harassment was he's being very forceful, you could say.
Yeah, that's why I say debatable.
And then it's really in the language of insisting on it. But the sexual assault joke comes in when he slapped her on the butt or felt the butt 3 times. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Approach of extreme checking for consent, extreme. Are you comfortable with this, or do you want me to do this?
But even if it was like that, it was all play. Because
actually, no,
he didn't listen to her.
Did you see the long pauses between her contacting him?
Yeah.
That's kind of distancing, don't we think?
Yeah.
She kind of wanted to say, I'm going to avoid your weird little
games.
Like, there's eventually, did you see, like, you remember towards the end when she got really vicious with him and he started to cry, basically?
Yeah.
You did it. It's like she'd been trying to tell him all but verbally off.
Yeah.
You think I'm kidding? People can read those messages yourself.
I don't think you're kidding. It's
she just didn't say I'm not interested in you. That's where she screwed up.
But in 2 places, she was kind of clear it won't go anywhere. I remember saying that.
Differently, and do you want to meet physically? Yes, I do. Okay, well, and then will you be jealous if I'm with other male because I'm an OnlyFans ours?
He
no,
misinterpreted
I won't be
that
if you
one.
don't want me to be, etc. So it's like, Terra Firma describes this as a surrogate daughter. Yes, and it's something that prostitutes are experts at exploiting. You have to know this as a male. If you interact with any woman who's a prostitute, even if it's in the hope of getting her out of this world, and even if it's in a non-prostitutive way that you engage with her, just know that women are experts at blood-sucking old men through this. They kind of have
No,
an
they are
instinctive
not.
understanding of where they can put you into a position of admiration, of non-sexual admiration, that pushes you to spit out money and to spit out forms of support for her. So what we have at the beginning of the relationship, yeah, I can fix her, says DK Shadow. Yes. And ELDR, thank you very much for the super chat. So what we have at the beginning of the relationship is a whole period of about 6 months in which Dirty Dalish will appear as a geeky part of the panel of the Frog Tony stream, and will engage in her.
Okay, he had to convince her repeatedly to try to come on, because he first met her on a Zai stream with a bunch of e-thoughts where they would smear cake on each other and shit. Yeah, he knew damn well what she was doing. And then she lied. This guy gave the excuse that he was being misled. So he tried to run with it. Now, I was a little concerned about the aspect of that because Tony knew she was an OF woman. Okay? He knew. It wasn't, you can fix her. He offered to be her stunt dick and a manager. Anyways, I guess he went AFK.
Her own unsolicited sexual banter and sexual displays. So here's a sample of what we get here at the beginning of the relationship. So the girl just comes on their stream. Of course, the super chat starts getting higher because can you imagine a bunch of 3 male geeks talking about comics?
They're not all male geeks, and fun fact, Tony all but flat admitted his audience is into paying for that kind of stuff.
To a crowd of 5 watchers, and then suddenly the elf girl shows up and...
Okay, in Tony's defense, he had more than 5 watchers. Okay, Tony had more than 5 watchers. He usually, on average, would average about maybe 12 people. The rest would be like, it's debatable if he actually bots, but a lot of people hate watch because they're afraid to come into his chat because they're going to be insulted.
Starts showing ass.
It's okay.
Yeah. Like I said, we appreciate it. And Dalish owes you a Ulu dance.
Am I allowed to Ulu dance? What happened to the pew pew dance?
Either one. Whatever you want to do.
Thank you, Posy Bear.
So apparently, I guess this is some... Is it the kind of dance?
I'll show Pause. Also, Pause. Pause is also one of her chief supporters on her channel, by the way. Pause Reality, I think is his name. He's been around her channel, and as soon as Dalish started showing up on Cynic, he showed up in there.
That people are doing on stream where they do kind of emoji reactions and you pay like 5 cents and they have to do something. I guess it was a simulacrum of this.
I figured if you got up to do pew pew, you might fall over and kill yourself. So
No, I could still. It's just I'm not wearing.
So she's a hypersexualized, kind of out there brain showing up in a community of super geeks. And it's like, oh God, it's like, these guys are going to be happy. Like the 5 watchers of this stream, they're going to.
As I said, there was probably more than 5 watchers in that stream. The thing about Tony's audience is pretty dedicated, like 10 people. I used to say it was like 8 to 10 people. I mean, at one point, that would have been a long time ago. But around this time, he was averaging about 13 people, then saying he had 60-something viewers. But the thing about it is, Dalish is also anorexic by nature, so she's also has anxiety and depression issues. So
They start popping up cash. It's like, oh wow, a female in short skirt,
Yeah.
and on top of it, she's talking to us about geeky stuff and liking our themes and our comics. YouTube commenter says this whole thing started when Dick Masterson read the Frog Tony / Dallas text live on his podcast, The Biggest Problem in the Universe. We really need to get JF on that show to discuss TRP. Well, I've been on the Dick Masterson podcast before, and I will tell you, I'm already in contact with Dick, and we're studying what could be a nice opportunity in the coming months to see if.
No, Dick basically wasn't going to do that. Dick Masterson, I have this on record as of The Biggest Problem in the Universe about not this week, would have been last week. Would last week said basically he doesn't even like this man. This man is creepy enough. He wanted to have both of them on to talk about it.
I'm not surprised, you know.
The thing is, Dick Masterson is Vito pitched the idea that they should be on together, or like Dick would do it in some capacity, right?
Yeah.
And the issue itself is Dick wasn't comfortable. I can play that clip again. I have it. I cut it out of The Biggest Problem in the Universe. So he's over here saying that Dick Masterson wanted him there. Okay, maybe, right? That's a
Keep
long...
dreaming, buddy. Keep dreaming.
No, but Dick wasn't like, especially after talking to Tony about it, he was... Vito's like, wouldn't it be a good bit to have JF on and whatever else? And like, it's not that Dick Masterson's community is not full of weirdos too, but reality says the dude has a history. The DMs and how he talks about women and some of his stuff, it's known. Destiny knows about this dude. Okay? We're talking Destiny.
Let's play more of that pro-natalist nutjob.
If I can get on his show, it will depend on the news developments and what we talk about. So here we have a OnlyFans woman who is coming to be sexy on a geek stream. She's elevating the audience and the super chat numbers as she comes. And so you have a Frog Tony here who starts being kind of interested in this woman because she's responding to him in DM, and she's showing up on his stream and being sexy and on top of it, making more cash for the show.
I'm wearing a bikini this time. I don't know if it's exciting for me to get up.
It was scary for me because you reached down and I was like, oh.
So she has these kind of, I don't know if I'm beautiful. I don't know if it's sexy right now. Woman, we would put our dick inside of you even on a dirty day.
Shit, she might flip up her skirt and kill the stream. So
I told you. This outfit, perfect. Nothing.
I like it. I agree.
Wow.
There's something weird about these hypersexual women. It's uncomfortable almost.
She
It's
has
kind of
there.
funny.
confidence
It's
issues.
kind of funny because he says that's weird, but he's a weird case himself. So
He said he would put his dick inside of her regardless. What the
Yeah.
fuck? Like,
because again,
okay.
he doesn't think. He only wants to spread the genes.
But
With that being said, I had enough brain rot for now. We talked in length. We understand the character. Therefore, I think it's the perfect segue for the
it's
second
good. Let me
segment
say, yes.
for the stream. So now we will stop sharing Jean-François Gariépy, the nutcase we've been talking about for an hour and 45 minutes.
Let me get the.
So now it's the transition toward the second part of this quite unique.
Would you want me to copy and paste? Go through your.
Yeah, I'll copy paste the timestamps and then screen share so we can play that fabulous interview. So basically, what's going on? Pierre Poilievre went on a tour of podcasts, and one of the podcasts was Diary of a CEO. And I think based on several videos I've seen from the guy, I'd say he is center left, but he is also fair in a lot of things he says. And I think Pierre Poilievre going there will probably boost his numbers because this is the second biggest podcast in the world, right after Rogan.
Diary of a CEO is. I preference him. He's very much the Davos kind of. He's a little bit the Davos guy, where. Let's see.
But again, I said it several times, and I will say it again. I think Diary of a CEO is a center-left show because I think the guy understands very well a lot of concept from the right, but a lot of the ideas he promotes are more from the left. But I think the guy
he's all on board.
left.
He's all on board AI.
Yeah.
I gotta go track down the one I cut up really quick too. Let me see if it got shoved up into the.
There's also this one.
Yeah.
The first one.
Let me find where that is. I need to find where No, the one that's 155. I need the one that I did. And I found it. I found it. Yes.
Did you find the video? Now he's seeking for the video.
I need the 130. I need the 137. Let me just export it really quick.
So in the meantime, to keep the people entertained,
sorry,
we will screen share the YouTube thing, and we'll start already that segment.
No, don't do it because it's going to throw off the timestamps. I probably have it saved. Where the problem, you know where it might be.
That's just in the meantime. Once we did
The
it.
thing is, your time. Yeah, no, I'm just telling you, your timestamp's gonna bail off because it's 137. Look, I swear, like I said this earlier, I need to get rid of it.
No, it's based on the footage you sent me, so it won't be off. There we go, and we will play.
And no, the one I sent
leader
is
of His
55.
Majesty's Royal Opposition.
Yeah, the one that I sent. Yeah, you can use that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Use that. I'll get the other one. Yeah. Okay, good. I forgot I did the other.
There is so much I want to talk to you about. I think you have a truly fascinating formative childhood, one of which I've really seldom seen on this show, especially when the person rises so high in their political ambitions. But I think the most appropriate thing to start with, because it's just front of mind for me at the moment, is what the hell is going on in the world? But I mean, that's genuinely, I'm up all night trying to figure out if we're on the verge of World War III, what's going on with all these alliances we used to have, what is going on in the world.
The history starts really in the post-war period with a massive increase in the power and the wealth of the United States. They unleashed the capitalist system. They effectively buried the Soviet Union just by out-hustling, out-producing, and outgrowing until the Soviet Union collapsed. And then a new authoritarian power snuck up on the United States. China went from having 80% of its population living on less than $1 a day to being the second biggest economy in the world. At the same time, the American working class has been thoroughly screwed over by relentless money printing that has inflated their cost of living while also inflating the wealth of a small group of elites. And I think this resulted in a major pushback. Now, some of that was justified, that pushback is justified, but I also think some of it is very much unjustified. Tariffing countries like Canada makes no sense. If you're the United States, you should want more friends, more trade with those friends. And that's one of the reasons why I've been touring the United States, to make the case for Canada and to remind our American friends that they are stronger working with countries like Canada and the United Kingdom than they are pushing those natural allies away.
I will pause here because I want to jump to the next question. And I will say this already. I think it sets up the stage for this great interview where we understand what's going on. Now, from Pierre Poilievre angle, and he has no other choice.
So you're talking about the part about it is, when I listened back through, because I don't think anyone's talked about his parents. Like, the only thing I think I cut out of it was the crap about the AI and that. Because you got to realize this man that he's talking to is kind of a globalist guy. He grew up in the UK. He's from Botswana, but he's largely in the UK. He was a salary worker, but, like, he's very much, like, he has a little bit of TDS. But
speaking of TDS, my timestamp tried its best to stay away from the TDS because I think we have a lot of content about
there's a thing about it, though. He does touch upon why did the conservatives lose? Because he gets into the thing about,
I think I kept some of it.
Because there is this stuff where because I was thinking back through it, and I'm like, it's not the end of the world. Like, I was like, but then again, I'm like, I didn't realize his family, like his adopted family, like one of it, I think it was like his dad or his adopted dad turned actually gay. It's like, what? Like, I didn't know that. Like, I'm
neither.
And that's probably something, because I asked Multi, I go, do you care about the family stuff? And I don't think he's really talked about his biological parents. I'm like, to me, when I heard it, I'm like, that's actually interesting. And it gives more character to the man. As I said, I think I only had to cut out like 20 minutes. But a lot of the ones.
So I will get back to what I was about to say before you cut me off.
Sorry.
So what's going on is he promotes the idea we shouldn't have tariff in the first place, and it's normal. Like, he is from the angle to become the Prime Minister of Canada, and he needs to defend Canada interests. But the pushback we can have here is to say, do you know why Trump did these tariffs? It's because Canada is too much protectionist toward its own economy. It's the close off aspect to it, and not only that, but they place themselves with policies in the hole. Let's be honest, Canada is broke because of bad policies, and the USA wanted to force out the Canadian to actually stand up for their own people by tariffing. It didn't really work because we are spoiled babies when we don't get what we want.
Did you get the part where
Let me continue,
Fine.
and then you can go
see
on. The other aspect is by tariffing, you bring industries on your side of the border. So it's in America first. And yes, it did hurt America a bit, but the smallest country was the one that paid the piper in this current case. So I think what's going on, the liberals, they forced the country to deal with China. because they don't want to deal with the USA because the USA are a free country. I don't care what CBC says. I don't care what the left thinks. It's the truth. It's a much more free country than Canada with the censorship bills that are being pushed, and that will probably become law. And that are the reason why I don't double down in political content. Now it's kind of unique to cover this interview there because I liked it a lot, and we get personal aspect to Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's so very fun to cover that kind of interviews to give a different perspective. But again, this channel won't focus as much on the politics aspect of Canada as we used to because the laws. I'm kind of scared of what the state can do to me. Anyway, what did you wanted to
what I
say?
was going to say in the interview at a specific time, Sam, I'm able to find it. He talks about a policy with housing. I have a great idea for the React stream on Thursday, by the way. It's from a financial guy that explains this more, that Canada is a model that shouldn't be duplicated. Because not only did they print money, they took a side and a happiness earning. There was also this thing they were riding high on the petrodollar, as well as a bunch of stuff in the economies.
And Trudeau arrived and it all crashed down and burned.
And then there were some other social conditions that happened. And once these conditions that were like an artificial bubble burst, it left Canada in a lurch. It left them to printing money, borrowing money, taking on debt. So it's like, what if I told people the Japanese are on the verge of a total economic collapse because they're just having to write off their debt? It's that bad. They don't acknowledge they have a national debt. So
it's like Canada, but they had less money than us.
Basically, he goes in this interview. I don't know if you have the timestamp. We'll just go through the ones you have. It is a thing about, he talks about the housing bubble. Why did the housing bubble burst? Why did the stuff? But I can find it in the video, maybe. So.
I think I got parts of it. That was near the end.
Because I kept that. The only thing I cut out was the AI and the jobs crap. Because AIs will not replace factory workers.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, let's play more while you export or do whatever.
It's already done.
Mistake. I think America would be better off working with the traditional Western alliance that helped win the Cold War. We had a very big menace, a nuclear-armed Soviet Union that was expansionary. Its empire was pushing eastward into Europe, and the response of the United States was to build a strong NATO alliance and then to unleash its economy to just outproduce the Soviets and bring them to their knees. In Canada's case, we have everything the United States needs if they treat us like a friend. We have the fourth biggest supply of oil.
You can see it here.
That's right. We could maybe pull that over here. This is the oil reserves by country. As you can see, Canada is number 4. And after us is Iraq and then the United States. But if you look at the leading 5, which of these countries do you think the United States can most rely on? Is it Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Iran, or Iraq? No, it's Canada. It works very well with American refineries, and we sell it to the United States at an enormous price discount. Furthermore, we could build up an enormous reserve of this oil so that if, God forbid, the Strait of Hormuz were to be closed, just a random example, America's friends in neighboring Canada would have a couple 100 million barrels that are already produced and ready for use if it's needed. So this is really...
I'll pause here because I want to share this. It will never happen under Mark Carney. I'm reading values. He doesn't believe in oil and he doesn't believe in that. He believes in carbon taxes. He believes in making people broke while the elites get rich. And he hates the free world, the free market. That's why Carney wants so much, how do we call that? Control. So much ties and control. That's why he wants the ties to Beijing to be bigger and tougher. That's why he wants centralized control. Carney is not for the free market. Carney doesn't believe in the free market. And right now, Pierre Poilievre brings another idea. What if we embrace the free market? What if we are good allies with the USA instead of running to China? But Carney will never do that. It's not in his values.
It's twofold. Carney believes in the green energy stuff. Okay? That's kind of call it the green energy scam, so to speak. And he touches upon this. But there is also this thing about that, yes, Canada is better for us. People think we don't have oil reserves. We have a bunch of oil reserves. We just don't drill into it offshore. Now, the fun fact about shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, basically is the internal fact that basically Iranians threaten it, but it's also pissed off their internal neighbors. They know they can't do it. They've tried to harass our boats trying to do it. What we do is we just blow up their ships and we blow up their drones trying to do it. They can't do it. And if they know they do it, they're going to cause a lot of problems. Because right now we're in negotiations with Iran. Now, whether or not it's going to be good, it's being led by J.D. Vance, but we're just debating on blowing up the last of their major oil shit that provides about up to 80% of oil to China. But we don't want to blow up the damn petrodollar, if that gives you an idea.
Yeah.
So this little fun fact is very key, but it's also why the Houthis and the Iranians are considered a threat. Okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah. You can continue.
Okay. Let's do this.
Kind of rocket fuel for the Canadian economy, but it's strategically important for our American friends. We could cooperate better on this if we got a friendly posture and a fully tariff-free trade arrangement with the U.S.
What's interesting when I look at these vials of oil that we have on the table, and I see that Venezuela's number one, Saudi Arabia's number two, Iran, Canada, Iraq, and then the US, is a lot of these countries that have a lot of oil are in conflict with the United States right now.
That's right.
And now, as I look at this, it seems like I understand why. So Venezuela, I mean, Trump just flew in and took the leader of Venezuela and his wife out of bed and seized the country. Iran, US are at war with Iran now. Iraq, I mean, that's a story already. And Canada has been the other one where it's been incredibly adversarial over the last couple of months. Is this just all about oil?
Frankly, we don't really understand what the dispute with Canada is about, because we've been a very good and friendly partner to the United States ever since the early 1800s, before we even formed as a confederation. What I would say to Americans, though, is you shouldn't have to worry about all of these countries. If you're working collaboratively with Canada and you're trading freely with a separate country to the north, then you will not be bound by what happens in these other less stable and arguably more hostile countries. What I believe we as Canadians need to do is use our natural resources as leverage to get what we want from this administration and future ones.
I pause here, and I think you can already guess why. It's the polar opposite of what's going on right now with Carney. Carney doesn't want a deal. Carney doesn't want our oil to go to big bad USA. I think there's a lot of bad blood, and it's a pissing contest that Carney is losing, first of all. And second, again, it's about control, because Carney is a control freak. He likes being in charge. He likes
There you go.
being the big boss.
Okay.
And
Save your internet.
Pierre Poilievre.
okay, so that will be quite challenging to find the right place. But again, Carney ideology is everything except liberal, and is in charge of the Liberal Party. So this is what we have here in Canada. This is why
the fun fact, he talks about the pipeline constructions too. That the pipelines were nearly built And then all the contracts got terminated and the people weren't paid.
Yeah.
Arguably more hostile countries. What I believe we as Canadians need to do is use our natural resources as leverage to get what we want from this administration and future ones. What we want is tariff-free trade for our steel, aluminum, lumber, and automobiles. And in exchange for that, we can produce more oil and sell more of it at better prices to the United States of America. Oil is only one part of it. There's also the strategic minerals that are necessary for, God forbid, modern warfare, and we have those as well. We are a resource superpower, and I want to leverage that to get what we want from the US and from other nations.
I'm looking at the third vial there in the row,
Yeah.
Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Has Trump taken the right course of action in bombing Iran in the way that he has? And the other question that's, I think, on everyone's mind is like, how do you get out of this? Is this going to end well?
The Iranian government has been extremely hostile and very dangerous to Canada. They killed 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents by shooting a civilian aircraft.
I want people to hear this. You ain't gonna hear this in your place.
Yeah. And by the way, it's Canada first approach. But even if you think of geopolitical aspect, Iran has been terrible to their neighbors as well. Like, what's the response after USA bombed them?
They attacked their entire neighbors.
Yeah, exactly.
They
were like,
literally attacked
YOLO! Boom, boom.
No, they were like, we're...
Akbar.
The funny thing about this is he's going to bring up the thing about the 12th Imam people. This is the 12ers. There's a particular belief. This is one thing. He might be a leftist in some fashion, but he's not entirely. I think he's a little bit too much of a futurist in a fashion. But that's why I said the only thing I had to cut out was the crap about Elon and the AI.
And I cut out a lot of TDS.
The problem, okay. I'm going to say this. He comes from the generation of when you hear this term, blood for oil.
Yeah.
Okay? Blood for oil is a concept of people think that in reality that the Iraq War, Poilievre doesn't come from this. He does. That Aiden Paladin, I love her channel to death, but she spooned, there's a couple of others. It's the divisive moment that where we right to go into Iraq. They still believe we went into Iraq for the oil. Hits the term blood for oil, right?
Yeah.
This is a thing, and it really is a sticking point. Every time we get involved in the Middle East, like that part of the beginning about the oil, he thinks because of the UK kind of quote-unquote cucked position, I call it the cucked position, of being controlled by liberals or near socialists for so long, they believe the U.S. only went in to decapitate Maduro, not because he was helping the Chinese, helping other terrorist groups, helping cartels, which he was, and we kidnapped him out of bed for it because he wouldn't get out of power.
It's more
Strangely
complex
enough,
than that. They're also a proxy of China.
He was a proxy of China. He was helping the cartels in Mexico, right?
Like Trump was sinking oil boats in substance boats to remain YouTube friendly.
We're talking about, this is not like something, everyone thinks that Maduro was this sweet guy that we just abducted out of the...
It was the terror lord, folks.
He was literally a socialist person throwing people in prison. Good
Yeah.
luck to you.
That's why Canada likes him so much.
Out of the sky, PS 752, for reasons we still do not understand and with no explanation whatsoever. They have unleashed agents into our communities and streets to harass the Jewish and Persian communities of Canada. And they are the leading world sponsor of terrorism. It is absolutely unacceptable for the Iranian government to ever acquire nuclear weapons. And there's no doubt in my mind that the only reason that they are enriching uranium is for martial purposes. There's no need to enrich it to the degree they have in order just to have nuclear power plants. I have no doubt that they were doing it for the purpose of developing a weapon. And if that were to happen, it could be catastrophic for neighboring countries, but also for faraway lands if given the ability to develop long-range missiles. So my view and the view of the Canadian government is that the Iranian government cannot be allowed to develop nuclear weapons, and any action to stop them from doing that is necessary for world peace.
Was this action necessary to stop that, in your view?
I think that the initial actions were definitely necessary, particularly the bombings 4 or 5 months ago to target the nuclear development sites. But I think any actions to degrade their nuclear capabilities, prevent them from ever achieving them, is favorable. And I hope that it will weaken the regime enough for the people to overtake it and claim control of their country.
And I think that's the perfect answer, and I'll also add more. It also lines up very well with what he believes. So Pierre Poilievre believes in agency from the people. He is a populist in his soul, and our media are dead set into making populists bad because they know it's a threat to the establishment right now. And our media in Canada is all in for the liberal establishment because they are taking money from the liberal establishment, and because they crave at turning Canada into China. Let's be honest about it. This is exactly what's going on. And I know at the CBC, at Radio Canada, the medias in general in Canada, what's going on, they idolize the China model. And this is a big issue because we pretend we are a free country, which we are every day moving away from that. It's a big issue.
There's a part to this which is interesting. People forget the end of civilization tweet that Trump did on Truth Social. People forget the other half of it, basically. He said, so the people can rise up and do it themselves. The reason why day one of the war we didn't bomb all of the powers that be was it was actually because we didn't want civilian casualties. We wanted to get rid of the MOLA and the IRGC, which is responsible for the terrorism.
The IRGC is coming to Canada, and they're like, we open our doors to them because we like terror lord if they're a socialist.
Okay, here's the thing. So for the common people, the IRGC is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That is the ones who are the state sponsors of terrors. They are basically the most fanatical people you will find. They are the ones who firmly believe that they're the ones that you see in the military videos largely doing the pray to Allah before they attack. Now, I'm going to say it's not entirely everybody because there's a difference between Arabs and Persians. Persians have a noble. So when you think of that, but the problem is separating the regime from the other. So in the tweet on Truth Social, I can find it. Everyone was like, well, Trump wants to end the civilization. They didn't say he was trying to weaken the mullahs so you get regime change. Now, it's very hard and very, I'm going to be frank, improbable in Iran It's like removing Putin. Putin has been in control so long, the only person to replace Putin would be a Putin-adjacent person. That's why in Venezuela, we did not go with the Nobel Prize winner. We had to go with the socialist woman. She agreed to end the prisons, but she's still a socialist.
Yeah.
Okay? We don't have a choice. We didn't want to go in there. We're using billions of our dollars to rebuild those refineries. So take it for what it's worth.
It doesn't look like that's the case. I think they've appointed the son of the Ayatollah to lead the country now, and they seem to be firing.
He'll say before he says this, he didn't say this. The original Ayatollah opposed any hereditary rule. By that means successor by bloodline.
That's very feudal, like the Middle Age crap.
He basically said the original Ayatollah who took power, Ayatollah Khomeini, basically said, I think that's his name. I could be wrong. But he basically, let me say, he basically did not want succession by blood. So a son can't naturally take power. They need to be elected as a council because you don't want the hereditary power to follow down a family line. He also opposed the Twelvers, which he's going to say what the Twelver ideology is. Down below, there's going to be a team. A lot of people don't know this. So Iran did put this guy in charge, supposedly. But it's very anti what the original Ayatollah wanted. You can continue.
There was some reports that they might have ballistic missiles that could reach Europe as well.
Yes, and this is what we have to stop. I mean, the idea that they are carrying out this aggression simply because they've been attacked is false. They would have eventually carried it out. The question is when and with what means. And if we had just sort of slept and waited, we would have ended up with a catastrophe. This is different than North Korea. North Korea was allowed to get nuclear weapons, but they don't have the same celestial fundamentalist ideology there. Ultimately, the regime in North Korea is interested in its own survival and its power. The regime in Tehran has a theocratic dream. They believe that there's an afterlife in which they could be rewarded for carrying out mass.
This on screen right here.
Yeah.
This is the ideology of them. Now, the problem is when I talk, I've messed it up and called it the 13th Imam, but in reality, it's the 12th Imam. He was a child that disappeared into a well. Okay? He is part of a philosophy that his return heralds the return of Muhammad. All right?
Which is hilarious.
Okay, let me just paint people a picture. If the Christian end of the world is the rise of the Antichrist and a lot of death, let me tell you...
The Islamic regime has the same idea, but with their own belief.
No, the Islamic regime, their idea of the end times is what brings the Christian end times. Jesus is supposed to come back and say, I was always a false prophet. Allah was the real one. Muhammad was the real one. Wow. Now, you can say that this isn't the case. We, in Christian belief, call that the rise of the Antichrist. Does that make sense, Multi?
Yeah.
Because if you read our book of Revelations and what the Twelvers want, it ushers the return of Muhammad to them, but it also ushers in the Christian end times. There's also, it's like rapturists, as they're known in Christianity. They want to hasten the return of God, basically. So or Jesus. It's kind of like that. You can continue. It's just a little bit of details.
Destruction on what they call the infidels. They don't respond to deterrence the same way that Pyongyang in North Korea would. There's a far greater risk to them having a nuclear weapon than even having that in a communist totalitarian state like North Korea. But for Canada, in this environment, our superpower is, again, our resources. And that's why it has been one of my major obsessions to unblock our resources, get them to tide water, accumulate them in a strategic reserve that would allow us to really flex our energy muscles in environments like this, and also reduce dependence on regime like Iran, like Saudi Arabia, like Venezuela.
If Trump had called you,
So I pause here because that's the end of the timestamp I chose. So basically, you will never get that with Carney. Carney likes us to be dependent on other countries that aren't free countries because he hopes to bring their philosophy to us. This is what's going on. This goes back to values, and values is a piece of garbage that belongs in a garbage bin. I'm not done reading it. I cannot wait to finish that awful book. To call that values is an insult to the word values. Anyway, let's move further in timestamp because now we reached the third timestamp I marked down in my notes. So let's get into it. I zoom in to the right spot a bit before, actually.
I think that the important thing is to know what the objective is. For me, the objective has to be to make sure that the Iranian government never gets the capacity to send long-range nuclear missiles to countries, or even short and medium range to Israel.
So let me set the stage for this. There was a period, and I have to go back and find an article on this a long time ago. We caught North Korea at one point smuggling missile technology they developed at one point through the Panama Canal.
Wow.
And they were developing missile technology at one point, and we found parts of it or that going through the Panama Canal. And I remember the story, they were exporting it. Like during the Ukraine war, one of the leading exports of Russia was armaments. And the same with Iranians. The Iran people were exporting drones to Russia as well as China to Russia. There have been like this parts to build drone strikes, one-way drones. We've kind of degraded it, right? They've been trading in military arms as a trade versus energy resources. So the thing is, it's never been us stopping them from, look, personally, we've had a military philosophy. Like if I told people, they think I'm crazy. We have the Star Wars satellites in space. We do. We have more than one of them. We have missile platforms in space.
I'm not surprised.
We do not want the Chinese up there. No offense. That's just, we also have...
That's common sense.
We actually also have weapons called rods of God, which are basically tungsten rods that fire from orbit that can smash into missile sites. This sounds weird.
No, I think it makes sense.
But this is space warfare, right?
Yeah.
One reason we were trying to keep the Chinese out of space so long is because for some reason they wanted to stick lasers and missiles up there. Now, realistically, it's because we don't trust them.
No crap, you don't trust them.
I mean,
they don't trust you either.
Because here's the thing. We weren't the first to militarize space. The Soviets did it too. We know having MIRVs in space is a first strike. So you're talking with Iran. Iran did, like, part of the thing with North Korea as well. And people can go back and find this. Before they collapsed their actual nuclear testing site, they collapsed it because they started detonating stuff there and shooting off rockets and missiles from there. Fun fact, about a couple of years ago, there was a massive cave-in underground. It registered an earthquake. There was no fault line near there. Really. Theory is they detonated a hydrogen bomb or atomic bomb underground.
Wow.
Now, the world never publicly knew, but it was an earthquake anomaly in North Korea. And that's how we used to find nuclear testing.
Interesting.
The more you know,
the better.
For that matter. Beyond that, I think it's up to the Iranian people to take advantage of the weakness of the regime and rise up and reclaim their country.
And then,
I don't think
again,
this regime
it's
has
populist,
popular
I
support.
like that.
I know a lot of Iranians. We're blessed to have a lot of very secular, pro-Western Persians who live in Canada, are proudly Canadian, and they will tell you that there's almost no support for the regime among the people of Iran. Mm-hmm. They need to find a way to overturn the regime, and that would give a lot of comfort and peace to the rest of the world, but it would also give democracy to a deserving people.
What would you do if you were Trump?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, no offense to Tim.
That's
you have to answer this.
Like I said, I would focus on the core objective of making sure that there's not a nuclear-armed Iran without getting involved in a permanent quagmire.
So everything's been bombed now. Fordo's been bombed. So is this the time to pull out then?
I think it all depends on the intelligence they have about the nuclear capacity. That is the hinge point. We cannot allow a nuclear-powered Iranian military.
I wanted to pause here because I think it's very important. That happens a lot in interviews. People ask Pierre Poilievre very specific questions that are complex, and when Pierre Poilievre doesn't know the answer, he doesn't lie, he doesn't make up stuff. He says, I don't know, I would need the full picture, I would need more intel. So it's someone that's very intellectual, that's someone that wants to make sure he is giving the proper answer, not some BS to appease the people, which is something Carney likes to do, appease the pleb because you don't value the pleb. No, Pierre Poilievre values the people, and Pierre Poilievre doesn't think you're stupid, and that's why he doesn't give off the bat stupid answer from question he doesn't know the answer to. I like that. It's authentic.
I like that answer too. I'm telling you, I think it's good, but this is why I don't get why they keep asking him. Like at one point, he asked what his official position on Trump is, and he says he's never met the man. And
yeah,
you see for yourself. The thing about this is that it's more or less they keep asking him, like all these people asked him, what do you think of AI and stuff like that? Like somebody asked him at probably one point, what's your position on Trump as a gotcha or whatever? And he's beat red in the face because he's smart enough to answer it. We'll see how he answers. But he gets these complex questions, but he gives a basic answer. It's not like Carney. It's like, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That is what they need to determine.
For me at the moment, it looks a little bit like it's a little bit lose-lose for Trump in an interesting way. And I think this is also reflecting the fact that nobody really has a perfect answer for what to do next.
That's partly true.
Because it's all just trade-offs.
That's right. That's right. I mean, that's what the great Thomas Sowell said. There's no solutions, just trade-offs in life.
And it's hitting the price of gas at the pumps in a big way.
Yes.
A way that concerns you? Or
Well, it's funny you should ask, because it shouldn't have to concern Canadians. Our enormous supply of oil should actually insulate us from it. Normally, what used to happen in Canada is when the global price of oil rose, our dollar would rise with it because people would be buying more of our oil, which meant they had to first buy our dollar. A more powerful Canadian dollar meant that we had more buying power for international.
But globalists that want centralized power like Carney don't want that. But again,
That's what
Poilievre is polar opposite to that. That's why he wants stronger dollar.
let me say this. The video that you're going to react to Thursday, I got the perfect one. He's a finance guy. He talks about the history of the Canada petrodollar. That's the economy that bubbled and burst. That, when that shattered, Canada didn't have anything.
Nationally priced commodities like oil and food. So we used to be protected from international oil price increases in a way that we're not anymore, because our sector is no longer as strong and as big as it was as a share of our economy. And so what I want to do is unleash oil production in Canada, clear the regulatory bureaucracy, the government gatekeepers, get rid of industrial carbon taxes, and have a stronger dollar that makes life more affordable, and much more geostrategic power in the world.
So now let's move on to the next timestamp. There
We were in normal times and there was no trade dispute, or if we were in a country with which we have no particular contention, then for me to say something critical about the government's policy back home would not have any repercussions for the nation. But particularly over the next several months, while these talks are hopefully going to go on, I want to get the best outcome for Canada, and I have to put my country above myself.
why are you better than the current leader of the Canadian government, Mark Carney? What is it you offer that is better than what he has to offer?
My mission is to make Canada the most affordable, freest and richest country in the world. My upbringing, I grew up in very humble beginnings. I grew up surrounded by working class people. Yeah, these are my folks. Yeah, that's an old one.
Got a photo of you there and your parents and your stepbrother, your half brother.
Half brother, yes. So it's my dad and my mother, where they were school teachers. My brother is my half brother because we came from the same biological mother, but a different biological fathers, adopted into the same family. Kind of a complicated story.
Your biological mother adopted you at 16 years old.
Put us up for adoption at 16 years old. She was 16, and then about 3 years later, she had another little boy, and Patrick, was then adopted by the same parents.
And they were two teachers that adopted you and Patrick.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I still remember when we went to pick him up. It was so we went to this. We got a phone call, and he said, "Well, there's a little boy who happens to be half brothers with Pierre. Would you like to adopt him too?" And he said, "Absolutely." So we went over to this building, and we walk into this room, and there were all these rows of babies, and we walked past them, and then they said, "That's him right there," and that was when I met my brother. We picked him up. That's why I thought that's where babies came from. There was a store. We go to a store and get your groceries. There's a store where you can go and get a baby. That's what I thought, because that was my.
That's what a lot of kids think. It only makes sense.
They do.
It's sweet. I like that moment. If you've been around kids, it's accurate to a kid's mind. It's just cute, and we never get to see that kind of moments when it comes to Carney. We only see that from Pierre Poilievre. He's authentic. He is honest. He is human. Right now, he is making himself a human by sharing that kind of very endearing stories. It's not a robot that talks to you. It's a person with very interesting upbringing. I like it. That's why
I kept this in here. That's why I asked, did you want the stuff on family about the adopted? I was like, it humanizes him because you're not probably going to, I think it's like, to me, it's like, one could say it's probably like this weird love or hate the man. Like, say what you want about Obama. Obama took care of his kids, okay?
Yeah.
we're talking. It's a thing. It is a real thing, and people can say it's not always the case, but this is why I said it's genuine. Like I told you, like there's stuff he says about his family I didn't even know was true. I'm like,
Me neither. Me
what
neither.
the fuck?
Because
I was like, it was a legit what the fuck moment. You know what I mean? I was like,
it's a very personal interview. I like it.
And he didn't have to throw Carney under the bus because he's talking about using the resources he has, the pipelines, but then he also is about Canada values, family. No offense. It's
we used to have families with 7, 10 kids.
Mhm.
That's how Canada came up to be.
My first experience with it. And we brought him home. And we grew up in working class neighborhoods. When I was about 3, 4-ish, we lost everything. We got smashed by high interest rates. My mother had saved up enough to buy 2 little rental properties. We lost those and our home and had to borrow from our grandfather to get a down payment so we'd have a place to live. My dad was driving this Oldsmobile that was falling apart, and our neighbors were working class folks. They were just, electricians, oil workers, police officers. So those are the people I grew up with. And I always grew up admiring those people, admiring what they were able to do, and believing that they were generally taken advantage of by government, never listened to, and definitely kept on the outside of decision making. And my mission has been to bring back what I call the promise of Canada, that anyone can achieve anything. It doesn't matter if you start off as an adopted kid raised by school teachers or an immigrant from Botswana who grows up really poor. If you work at it, you should be able to buy a house, launch a business, become a famous global podcaster, or maybe cure a disease. And that was what Canada was all about. And that is what I'm trying to reinstate.
What age do you get to meet your biological mother for the first time?
I will pause here because just before the question, Pierre Poilievre said his plan. He wanted to bring back the Canadian promise. And this is why the establishment hates him and they want to label him with every bad thing you can label someone with. Because they're scared. They know if Pierre Poilievre gets in power, it's a proof that if you really believe in what you do, if you really want to represent the people, you can represent the people. And the establishment doesn't want that. They only want the globalist elites. This is what the establishment wants. And this is why the game is rigged against conservative in Canada, because the establishment controls the narrative. And it's disgusting. And that's why I cannot wait to pack my bag and to leave. Because this is a communist country. This is what Canada has become. As much as people think we have a democracy, we got another floor crosser this time around. It's crazy. Anyway, let's play more of the interview. Pierre is really against the establishment.
21, 22. My adopted mother was very gracious because I said, I won't meet my biological mother without the permission of my adopted mother. She did all the work of raising me, all the hardships, she put up with all of my rambunctiousness in teenage years and drove me to hockey practice and, emptied her bank account to pay for our food and stuff. So I did not want her to feel like she was going to be left behind or forgotten about or replaced. And I asked her, would you be okay if I met her? And she said, yes, of course, because I won't always be here and I always want you to have a mother. And I thought that was a really incredible thing to do because it's such a big part of a mother's identity is that they are the mother of that child. But to have a love that's so much deeper than that personal identity or interest is something I'll always remember. It's one of the most gracious things I've ever seen.
I can see the emotion in your face as you say it.
Yeah.
It's still there.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a while.
You can see, feel something. There's a human
Beautiful
there.
people.
Yes,
It's
we're very
endearing.
blessed, and it's people like these that inspire me, that keep me going in this crazy world of politics.
So you get to meet your biological mother at 21, 22?
Yeah, around that.
Yeah. What does one say? What are the questions one needs to ask, if any?
I'm trying to remember. We went on a bit of a road trip from Ottawa to Montreal, and we just got to know each other. She had a lot of questions about how my life had been, and I had a lot of questions about our biological family, about her father, who was a really great man. I would go on to meet a great Irishman, and the circumstances that led to my my conception and birth. And I really came to understand her decision to put me up for adoption. And I've never been resentful for it at all. She was 16. She just lost her mother to a heart attack. She didn't have a lot of means, and she just made a selfless decision that we would have more opportunity if we were raised by someone else.
Did you ever learn anything about your biological father?
Yes. Yeah, he
And I think that's why deep down, even if Pierre Poilievre won't push that kind of policies, I think deep down he is probably pro-life, but it's not a winning case in Canada, so he will never platform that. But I think that upbringing is what makes him a conservative there. So let's play more of that now.
works at a concrete plant in British Columbia. And so I went and met him. He's a great father with children that he subsequently had and raised. And so he's a very good man as well. And my adoptive father is a teacher, and he gave me a lot of wonderful lessons, and I think is responsible for my way with words.
Marlene and Donald?
That's right.
So Marlene's your adoptive mother, Donald's your adoptive father. They divorced when you're 12 years old.
Yes, it would be around that time. I was in grade 5.
Very difficult time for parents to divorce. Very
Yes.
difficult time. I remember that period of life very, very clearly, because I remember one day my parents coming to me and telling me that they didn't love each other anymore and that they were going to get a divorce. They didn't.
Okay.
But I remember which, I think did enough damage for, but it was around that age. And I remember where I was stood in the house. I remember what I was wearing when they said that to me, because it's earth shattering.
It is actually.
I can't unforget it. It was traumatizing.
Well, my dad told me, and he wanted to tell me alone. So we got into the car. He said he wanted to take me for a drive, and we drove to the local corner store, and we parked in the car, and he told me that there. But it is very traumatizing, and but at the same time, like, they were very, very good parents. So I don't judge them for how they ended up apart. We were very blessed. They gave me a great start in life. Even though they weren't together, they loved us very much, and they gave us all they could.
And Donald would eventually come out as gay.
That's right.
One would assume that he was dealing with the conflict of feelings.
Yes.
For much of the time.
He had been raised in a very devoutly French Catholic household, and that's why we have a French name. And before he got married, he'd even consider going into the priesthood, and he was a very devoutly Catholic person. He genuinely loved my mother, but obviously he wasn't programmed that way. He has a wonderful partner, and we're friends very close with him and his partner, Ross, right now.
Do you see how that's changed you as a man? As you've grown up, whether it's your perspective on what love and romance is, or anything else?
I think that if everything just been, white picket fences and...
I will pause here, because you don't hear mainstream media telling that upbringing with the gay parents and how Pierre Poilievre react to that. What's the response? What does he think about LGBTQ plus matters? I think right now he's like, it's the way you are, and we should accept that. And I think it's a strong message. But again, the media won't give any wins, so they won't speak about that. It's disgusting. That's why we are in a communist country.
I'll actually say this though about him. I think he's a socially, it's like there's a thing about gay people, like, so the guy who did not Matlock, Perry Mason, the guy who was Perry Mason, he was gay. Famous TV show did Perry Mason. There was some singing cowboys that were gay in Hollywood.
Yeah.
They didn't talk about it, right? It was no secret that George Takei was gay.
Yeah.
No one talked about it till he came out on the Howard Stern show in the 90s. So, this is what I say. Like, a lot of people, but they were married. They sometimes had kids, right?
Yeah.
You know? But it's like, well, he struggles. And it sounds very parallel to modern era.
Yeah.
Now, reality is it good? Is it a little shocking? It's different. I'm not saying Carney's kid turning trans is his fault. It's just a way to handle it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, oh, you know, it's not like, and this is the part I didn't know about him. I
Me
just thought
neither.
he was adopted. I'm just like, oh,
Me too.
it's like he just did his thing.
Yeah.
And he was just normal. It's like, did he really? And I mean, the Catholic priest thing is like, but you know, I'm like, there's a thing though. Poilievre does have a good head on his shoulders. This is the type of stuff that they should show. Like,
yeah.
he doesn't like the question. This face, it's tough. But he had to accept his father for who he was.
Yeah.
He couldn't say it otherwise. He had to say yes. And I mean, being gay when his father came out was utterly different than now.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
in
That's
no
many
sense-
years ago.
Totally predictable, and as then I wouldn't be the kind of person I am today. I think it's also, it's like you. Would you have been as successful as you are if you had a very easy childhood? I doubt it. I bet all the hardships that you had, and the twists and turns that took you from Botswana to the United Kingdom and then onward, probably gave you some superpower. And so this, I think, it gave me the chance to understand that you don't judge people. You love them for who they are. My parents also taught me an important lesson that Shakespeare says, "To thine own self be true." My mother had, when she was a small baby, she was in a car accident and her fingers were burned off, and she had horrible scars, horrible burns on her hand at the time. And as I got to my adolescence, I said to my dad, did it ever bother you when you started dating her that she had this injury? And he said, no, because it didn't bother her. She was totally at peace and she never hid it. It wasn't long after we met that I forgot it was even there. And the message that I took from that is, be yourself. Don't try to hide the scars. Scars are the trophies of survival. So those are some of the lessons that my mother and father taught me. And my dad was the same about who he was. He just lived his life unapologetically and openly, and he never apologized for who he was. And that has stayed with me.
When you speak of Marlene, you speak up with her with a great fondness and expression in your face that, I've sat here 600-700 times. So you get to see who matters most to people in their lives just by looking at their face. And she's clearly on the podium.
Yeah, she's a very feisty little lady, very short and very, very forceful. She taught me a lot about being, pugnacious and fighting for what you want and what you need in life. And and we argued a lot when I was a kid, and I think that maybe forged some of my current political argumentation as well. My wife is a big part of it as well. She's a very strong, feisty, intelligent lady with an incredible upbringing as well. She's a refugee from Venezuela and came with really...
I decided to pause here to say something brief. There's a lot of beautiful pictures with a great smile from Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's a very good strategic move to showcase that. This way we can take off that broody image the media pushed, that he's the attack dog. No, he's a man that smiles. He's a man that is happy, and I like it.
But he
Nothing.
also understands his job is to be Her Majesty's royal opposition.
Yeah.
So this is it's one of those things of he can relate. The thing is, he has empathy. Now, there is a thing in this. He basically talks about, did Trump cost him? But he knows the 51st state. He basically admits that's kind of a joke.
Yeah.
And so she has this sort of MacGyver-like skill set to get anything done, no matter how difficult the logistics. So I've been very, very blessed with strong women around me.
At a very young age, it appears that you took a liking to politics. I mean,
So let's go to 29.9. I think it's the timestamp. Yeah.
And really threw myself fully into this mission.
one of the books that I realized you'd read at that time from some research is this book, Adam Smith, The Theory of Moral Sentiments.
Yes. So this book has to be accompanied by its more famous sister book, which is The Wealth of Nations, which that's the book that most people know Adam Smith for. They think of him as kind of the father of capitalism, because in 1776, he wrote this book which described what we now call the free market system. And this was a really revolutionary idea, because up until then we basically had various forms of feudalism.
What's that?
Where a small group of lords and knights and aristocrats control all the land.
Pause. Something that the Liberals want from Canada, and this is how they are turning Canada into. And the reason is Carney. Carney, in his book Values, believes that was the right way to be. He hates Adam Smith. He hates the free market. He wants to dictate the market. He wants to control the market. He wants to play central banker in a democracy. It's hilarious. It doesn't make sense. But hey, here we are. Welcome to Canada, the communist country. Let's play more of that.
And the great masses do all the work. And so you call them serfs. They would do all the heavy labor, and then the lords of the manor would take all of the benefit. Along came the system of free enterprise that Adam Smith describes, which is basically, it has a very simple premise: voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest. And that the economy, rather than being guided by the iron fist of the king or the state, is guided by the invisible hand of the free market. And this had been thought that this was crazy. How could the economy just sort of run itself? And the answer is through price signals. If the price of something goes up, people just automatically start making more of it. And if you need more workers to make that thing, well, you raise the wages. And all of a sudden, what do you know? The workers arrive. And this system is absolutely ingenious. Like, it's why when you go into a coffee shop and you buy your coffee, you say thank you. They don't say you're welcome. They say thank you, because they have something worth more to them than they had before, the money, and you have something worth more to you than you had before. And this voluntary exchange puts everyone on an equal scale. Even if you're a massive corporation, you want to sell something to a 15-year-old kid, you have to convince them that it's worth more than the cost. So everybody has to be better off in the exchange for it to occur. And that was how free enterprise formed. And it has led to a spectacular increase in the quality of living and the economic growth, 200-fold increase in economic growth in the free enterprise era versus the feudal era. So a lot of people thought Adam Smith is only interested in a system where people are out serving themselves, their self-interest. That's what they took from the statement in The Wealth of Nations, that it is not from the benevolence of the brewer, the baker, or the butcher that we get our meal, but from his own self-interest. But that was only half the story. The other half was in this book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, in which he explains how self-interest overlaps with virtue. So what he said is that we have something called fellow feeling, which is to say we feel for the other person. And we feel good when someone else does good. It's why we explain that, people donate to charity, or they leave the door open for a stranger, or they might help an injured person on the street, because they feel bad when they see someone else, their fellow, suffering, and they feel good when they see him succeeding. And that's why it's
And the socialists, they use that against people to say, oh, that's why we need to take more of you so we can give it back. I don't know. I don't like using
The
feelings
thing is,
against
he's
people.
using really old philosophy. Like, it's really the Wealth of Nations thing is like a classic text. And it's one of those things of, it's like Machiavelli's The Prince, right? You have to understand, it's a piece of historical literature.
Yeah.
Because it's why the French Revolution failed. Why did the American Revolution work? Why did everything else?
But I'd say the French Revolution did work to some extent because they changed the system.
But they also had the fucking Reign of Terror.
Yeah.
So
they didn't know how to replace the regime they took out.
Even Robespierre, I think it was like, yeah, he basically, that guy, one of the main leaders, went to the guillotine himself.
Yeah.
So
sentiments, because
I'm just gonna say,
because you feel the.
Sorry, his political ideas. These are real books people should read and research.
Yeah, and you bring this up because Carney uses Smith's vision in his book Values to say it doesn't work. Therefore, we need to make sure we don't push that kind of idea because it failed. It's kind of funny.
These things. I saw this in my own son. He, for the first time, he got a little toy and he gave it to his sister. It was the first gift he'd ever given in his life. And he was so happy. Like, he literally ran in a big circle around the foyer of our residence and just laughing and screaming. It just made him so happy, happier than she was to even receive it. And this is the best of human nature, that his interest, his happiness was served by seeing his sister better off. And this is really laid out in some detail in the theory of moral sentiments. And for me, it's like, it brings together all of human nature in one place. Now, he's not naive. He does accept that there are bad, dark angels in our nature, but he gives the only plausible explanation that I have seen about how you intersect self-interest with altruism.
And how did that change your perspective and therefore, your policies and your career?
I have found that those who push a socialist ideology have a gross contradiction in their view of human nature. They say that human beings are wretched, self-interested, greedy when they're in the private, voluntary economy, but they're angels when they're in the governmental economy. And therefore, they argue that the government should just control everything, because then we have all these angels that will decide for us, decide what we get to, how our money is spent, what we're supposed to.
Carney doesn't even live in Canada, folks. He's there when he takes vacation from traveling all around the globe. That's hilarious. It's so sad. Canada isn't in bad shape.
Believe in the modernist day what kind of vehicles we drive, what we should think. But that is a huge contradiction. If man is not capable of deciding for himself, surely he's not capable of deciding for others. And I think the worst vices in human nature come out when there is too much power and concentrated in their hands. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So my ideology is that we should disperse power, that it should be a bottom-up system with as much freedom and agency as humanly possible, that people should be free to choose for themselves, and that the purpose of the government is to do only those things people cannot do for themselves.
I guess if there's, socialists listening now, they might think, well, we tried this sort of capitalistic approach to the economy. And
in Canada, we tried it for 33% of our history. The other 66 was socialism.
Did you cut out the part where he talked about the section where he talked about the difference in the definition of socialism?
I'm not quite sure, but I know that that segment is not done yet. But I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I caught it.
Okay.
It's resulted in us being able to
Maybe
buy
he
less
did. I don't know.
food and vegetables for our money. The price has gone up at the pumps. People are struggling. It seems that inequality has widened,
Okay, yeah, this is
and the
segment.
working class seem to be struggling more now than ever before. They can't buy a house.
Okay, this is, yes, you did it. Good boy. You're learning.
Yeah, I kept it because I
You're,
thought
you're a good
that's,
boy. You're
that's
learning.
actually good.
This is the definition of socialism from a UK guy.
Yeah. This is what we have here in Canada for like now 10 years in a row. 11, sorry.
So socialism is the end goal of, or end stage of the other.
And stage liberalism.
Basically. You learn. Thank you. Continue.
Homes anymore, like my parents or my grandparents could have. So clearly we need socialism, they would argue, because the current system has not worked.
Well, what we have now is socialism for the very rich. We have governments that are actively redistributing wealth from the working
I
class
love this answer.
to the very, very wealthy.
I love it.
And that is why we see
Right.
record inequality. Government is actively intervening in the economy to forcefully redistribute wealth
Yep.
up
Globalism.
the chain.
Up the chain.
Absolutely. And there are countless examples of it. When they block home building with heavy regulations, they limit the supply of homes. Those who have mansions, therefore, are richer because their houses are worth more. But young people, newcomers, working class people can't actually get a home. That is one example of state intervention. Well, we could maybe do an illustration here.
Okay, so this is the
good, by
total
way.
amount of land in Canada
Yes.
I get
where
it.
homes could be built. And actually,
Yes.
this is quite reflective, I think, of much of the Western world,
Yes.
even the UK. And this is a penny.
Yes.
Do you understand this demonstration?
Yes, I think what you're trying to say is that this is about how much land we live on.
Yes.
Yes. So Canada is a great example of this because we have 10 times as much land per person as the second closest G7 country. And yet we have the fewest homes per capita to live in. And why is that? It's because that the vast majority of the cost that goes into building a new home is not land, labor, or lumber. It's government. It's government taxes, fees, charges, bureaucracy, lobbyists, consultants. So if you think of this home here in Canada, when you buy this house, more of the money for your purchase would go to bureaucrats in office buildings than to the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers who actually build the home.
Why? How?
Because the bureaucracy has grown like any organism in nature, which seeks to survive and multiply. They give us the second slowest building permits of any country in the OECD. They charge enormous development taxes, which started out just to pay for plumbing and roads for the related housing, but
After having a very interesting dialogue, a battle between free market and socialists, now we really dive deep into some of the root issues inside the housing crisis. And I like that segment a lot. So that's why I wanted to address it. That's why I paused here, and that's why it's a specific timestamp. The housing crisis is caused by the liberal at that point. They keep inviting so many people while we don't have enough houses. And we could have more houses, but there's too much bureaucrats. It's too slow, and nobody wants to invest in a heavily taxed place like Canada. It's so many issues all cramped up together to make sure we cannot succeed anymore. And by voting the same thing, you won't see change. I'm sorry, Canadian. Stop with the brainwash. Look elsewhere. Hell, I'd be glad to have the communist NDP instead of the liberal. At least they're honest on where they want to take the country. So let's play more of that now, I guess.
now have grown into just a huge cash cow for local governments because sales taxes still apply on most new homes. And all of that gets sponged up by government and means that we have extremely expensive housing. In fact, we are the most expensive in the G7, even though it should be dirt cheap.
And you see, it's kind of funny. It's after 2015, it spikes. And after 2021, it's even higher. It's crazy. It's hilarious. We are so far gone, folks.
Cheap to own a home in Canada because we have the most dirt to build on. And my goal is to remove all of that bureaucracy, have the fastest permits in the world, and make it tax-free to build homes so that everyone can afford one.
I was reading some stat that said, again, I might butcher this a little bit, but it said that Canada needs to build between roughly 450,000 new homes every single year until 2035.
Yes.
Just to restore affordability.
That's right. And we're building about 240,000 per year. So we need to roughly double our home building to do that. The good news is we have 100.
But that's if we close the gate to immigration. Because if we keep the gate wide open the way we did for now 12 years, because it started by the end of the Harper era, eventually it won't be like 450,000. It will be maybe 500,000. And we can't even make half of that. So there's a big issue there. It's just fascinating. I find Canada so sad. I thought I would live here my entire life. I thought I would raise my kids here. But once I get the money, I'm head out. F Canada, you guys cook the book, and it's sad. But that's what's going on.
See, there's a bigger thing, and you'll see it on the Patrick Boyle one. That's more economic than this. It shows the happiness index too, because what he's going into is
we fell off the cliff.
You fell off a fucking cliff.
19th place in like 10 years.
Huh?
And that's like at large. When we really look at the demographic, which is the young, we are like 70th place. It's hilarious. It's insulting. To say Canada is doing well, it's gaslighting.
Well, it's not good news. We have 100,000 unemployed construction workers who'd be happy to pick up a hammer and start building. We have hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that's ready to do it. We have an abundance of land. What we need are fast permits and low taxes so that we can unlock that building.
What is the case for slow permits?
There isn't one.
There isn't one.
Zero. There is no benefit to having slow permits. They do not protect the environment. They do not protect public safety. We used to build houses a lot faster, and they didn't fall down. After the
tearing apart the liberal endless bureaucracies that they pretend is needed.
Second World War, permits were almost instantaneous. We had a massive buildup of homes so that our returning veterans could have a place to live. In many neighborhoods of Canada, those homes are still standing. They have not collapsed. I'm not saying we get rid of building codes. They should all have to follow standards of environmental responsibility and be fire resistant and safe. But it shouldn't take 7 years to approve a subdivision to do that. We know how the developers know how to build according to the rules. They just need quick permits and freed up land to do it.
You'd think now with AI, you'd be able to approve these permits within minutes.
Like with all the technology, housing should be so much cheaper than it was before. In fact, everything should be so much cheaper. But this is another area where government is redistributing wealth from the working class to the super rich. It's the monetary inflation where we're creating cash at a far faster rate than we're creating the stuff that cash buys. We've, in Canada, increased the number of homes over the last 10 years by 13%, but we've increased the money supply by 100%. In other words,
and he doesn't even speak about the immigration. I don't know the graph by heart, but I know it greatly increased and it's out of control. And even if Carney diminished it, it's still increasing. It's not as nasty as when Trudeau was there, but it still continues, and it's sad. Canada is a very sad country.
There is now the growth in the money supply is 8 times faster than the growth in the housing supply.
Which means for the average person
that it bids up the price. Now, you might say, well, if everybody's equally getting their share of that money, then who cares? But they're not. There's something called the Catalan effect, which is that the first people to touch the money in a monetary expansion are those who are already wealthy and already connected to the financial system. So when government creates cash to fund its deficits, it doesn't just dump the bills out of an airplane into a suburban neighborhood. It injects it into the banking system by buying government bonds at inflated prices. And those who trade in those bonds are the first to get the cash. Those connected to the financial system are the first to borrow it. They get to deploy it before it loses its value. By the time it trickles down to the working class people, it's lost its value and their wages have been destroyed. And this has been happening on and off throughout all of human history, but it's been particularly bad in the last 55 years. And that is why I think the working class across the Western world is so angry.
Canada have consistently dropped down the sort of happiness league table.
Well, actually, from 2015, we've gone from 5th to 25th. The 18th we went from 18th to 25th just in the last year.
So you were the 5th happiest country in the world, and now you're 25th.
That's right. And part of it is food. We have the worst food price inflation in the G7 today.
Oh, let me say this. What's funny about this, and Patrick Boyle goes into it more, it varies by age group, Multi.
The younger or the sadder.
Or worse, it's like 71%.
I know. The boomers don't care. The boomers,
It's like
kids, they don't care about
and you're like 31, like something like that, and then the middle, like the field. By
And
the
when-
time you get to the younger,
when you
they're
look
just-
when you look at stats, you also know who voted liberal. All the happy people voted liberal, and all of the angry, the sad one voted conservative. It's hilarious. It's sad. The state of Canada, we are polarized between the fortunate people that claim socialism is good and the people that suffer from that socialism, that knows it's bad. That's what's going on. That's why we are cooked in Canada.
It's due to a lot of hidden taxes that are baked into food production. We have an industrial carbon tax that charges on farm equipment, fertilizer, and food producers. We have a new fuel tax that's just come in. Single-use plastic is now banned, which makes it so that food goes bad about 5 days quicker. So it sounds kind of very virtuous. We're not going to use plastic anymore, but it ultimately means food goes bad, and somebody pays for that. So I want to get rid of all of those taxes and fees and unnecessary regulations that do nothing for our health and safety, so that we can have more affordable food. But more broadly, we have to get rid of the monetary inflation that I described. As I said, we've doubled our money supply in Canada from 1.4 trillion to 2.8 trillion in 10 years. So it is not actually that these things cost more. It's that the money with which we buy them is worth less.
Because
we're creating so much of it. And
why are you doing that?
To fund deficits.
To pay for debts.
That's right. And that's why all government, it's not just Canada, by the way, it's across the Western world. They're creating cash to fund deficits.
And the deficits come from having a big government.
Yes,
a government that's too big.
That's right.
That's too involved.
That's right. And the result is that we're creating cash faster than we grow food, build homes, or produce energy. And my mission, Stephen, is to flip that. I want us to create more of what cash buys by unblocking food production, energy production, and home building, so that we add those things faster than we add the cash to the system.
Why?
To all of the liberals that spread misinformation about Pierre Poilievre doesn't have a plan, it does have a plan. It's to unleash the free market. That's the plan. That's the idea. And it goes against the liberal ideology and the establishment, because they don't like the free market. They're against the free market. This is what we are dealing with in Canada.
I saw this graph here, this chart, which is GDP per capita with international counterparts. So on there it has Canada, United States, OECD, and it shows, it's quite stark. It shows that Canada has basically plateaued in terms of GDP per capita. For the average person, what is GDP per capita? What does that actually mean?
It's your income, really. It's it ultimately, the GDP, the gross domestic product, is the value of all the things that you produce. If you're producing more per person, over time, people will see their wages rise, their real wages rise. If you don't produce more per person, then your wages are flat. And so that is what we've effectively had in Canada over the last 10 years.
Why?
Because we are not unlocking our resources. Our biggest industry is oil and gas, and it's locked behind very aggressive anti-development laws and bureaucracies because we're blocking home building, and because
And the Liberal will never free that. They don't want it, especially under Carney that wrote values all about carbon tax.
we're overtaxing our population. We're punishing initiative with high taxes. The good news is that we can reverse all of these things. If we have the most pro-development and the fastest permits in the world, if we cut taxes on work, investment, home building, and energy, then we can massively increase our output of the things that we need to have a good life and the wages that people earn to buy it.
This seems to be a familiar story across some Western nations.
It is.
What are those Western nations, and what is the thing that they've all gotten wrong in
You won't say it out loud because that would turn away some of the swing voters, but here's my take. It's the left-leaning folks. The Western, they were taken over by the left for years now. Look at UK, look at France. Macron has been there for like 20 years, and the UK are so bad crap crazy that the state were like, get your stuff together, we are not helping you anymore. And the state also has they had their own phase of the left. So again, the left causes these issues, and then they pretend to be the response in the way to solve what they broke, basically, and it's hilarious.
common?
Well, I think that it's probably true in the UK and the European Union as well.
What did they do wrong?
Well, let's take Germany. They shut down their nuclear sector and they tried to effectively drive oil and gas out of their country. The end result was extremely high energy costs. And this was another intervention that took from working class people and gave to the very rich. Those who were able to get the subsidies for windmills and solar panels got fabulously wealthy, all very powerful people. But the workers in the plants and the mines of rural Germany ended up losing their jobs and paying higher prices for electricity, all of which, by the way, has been reversed because now the Germans are back to burning coal. So it did absolutely nothing for the environment. This is another example of government intervention totally screwing over the working class, a phenomenon across the Western world. And this is the big lie. The big lie is that when government gets big, it gives people their fair share. What it does, in fact, is it gives the money and the resources to those who have the most political power. Those people are all rich, and it pays for it by taking from the working class. So my mission in politics is to reverse that entire approach, have a small government with big people, a meritocracy that rewards work, and a free enterprise system that requires businesses compete for workers with higher wages and consumers with lower prices.
I'm looking here at the GDP forecasts for various countries around the world. In the United States, GDP forecast looks like it's been pretty strong relative to others. Canada looks like it's going down. 2025 estimates 1.7%, 26 estimates 1.3. The United Kingdom as well seems to have been lagging, both the United States and Canada. And Germany, as you said, in 2024, their GDP growth was only 0.2, which is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of percentages lower than the United States, Canada, or even the UK. But clearly there is a problem with GDP growth here for Canada, for the United States, for the United Kingdom, relative to a country like the United States. It looks like the United States are doing something right. If you look at GDP growth as the main measure.
Free market.
Look, there are some policies that we can learn from. It's not just the United States, though. Look at Switzerland, for example. The Swiss are among the...
Okay, I've always talked about what Germany did to itself. Germany, so France, it got so bad. They were like...
They still suck. Like
They actually tried to close their nuclear
government
sector. Like California has brownouts. Like they want this electric grid. Do you remember how many times I've talked about it?
blacking out.
They want but there's brownouts, right? There's these things.
Power outage. They know that.
even
frequently.
in like the Young Turks neighborhood. So like, I think like it's kind of funny in a way.
I feel like if the states didn't add so many blue states, they'd be doing much better than what they do right now.
There's the advocate for nuclear power, because there's part of the reason we keep our uranium as our uranium is a national resource.
That's cool.
But so when Hillary Clinton did her famous deal with trying to sell off 20% of our uranium stocks
That's crazy. Don't do that.
to a Russian-owned corporation when she was Attorney General, that she got away with, by the way.
Wow.
She tried to do it. We stopped it.
Thank
It
you.
would have because reality is nuclear power runs cleaner than people think. The France is doing it. Germany's all over the place. I have a friend that I could never bring on here because he's too much all over the place. But he lives in Germany. When an Arab person basically blows something up, it's just a happy accident. But whenever the energy policy was failing, they were literally having to put wood-burning stoves into their houses because they couldn't get gas.
It's like a third world country at that point.
It's like you're literally having to go back to almost straight coal power plants.
Stone Age, folks.
Yes.
The wealthiest in the world. They have the best money, the lowest inflation. They have almost no inflation in Switzerland, by the way. They have very strong money. The Swiss franc is the best currency in the world, better than the euro or the American dollar. What do they have? Free enterprise, small government. The share of the economy consumed by government spending is significantly lower than anywhere else in the Western world. Outside of Asia. And so they do very well. How is it that the Singaporeans have become one of the wealthiest nations on earth? They have no resources, literally nothing. They have to import their water, for God's sakes. They took a swampy, mosquito-infested island and three peoples who were struggling to survive in their homelands, and they came together and created the wealthiest country in the world outside of the Gulf states. Why? They have free enterprise. They have low taxes. It's easy to start a business. You're rewarded for your hard work. This is the kind of thing we could be doing.
So looking at the numbers of Singapore operates in a league of its own, outperforming both the UK, Canada, and the USA in terms of growth and per capita wealth. As a hub economy, it is currently riding the wave of the global AI boom because they've enabled entrepreneurship. And it is more than from a GDP perspective.
No, Singapore's profits came from when they were run by the British.
Oh, that's surprising.
When the British gave up their lease, like Hong Kong used to be one of the most profitable districts for the Chinese. Around, I think it was 98, when the lease came up and the Chinese took over, they let them run as capitalistic for a while. But
now it's
even they're starting to strangle that.
Wow.
So a lot of this is coming with caveats, right?
Yeah.
So the lease, Singapore. No, I'm sorry, Singapore isn't. Sorry, Singapore's different. So Beijing, right? There's a different where it is. Sorry, wrong part of the world. Singapore can be. It's very profitable, but it's also got its own problems.
Yeah.
But so I was thinking of the wrong area, but it's very similar to was like the area that was surrendered to the Chinese. But that area is stagnated.
Yeah.
But they're allowed to grow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like Hong Kong, when it was surrendered, or the region surrendered in China, which it's like even they're strangling it economically with the other. Singapore can be free, but they also have a lot of success, but they also are getting the corporate corruption too. It's kind of like Dubai. Dubai is built on it, but Dubai also runs on slave labor. It's not like saying they're not a good model, but they have a leadership that keeps it up. If that makes
More
sense.
than double
It
the United
does.
States GDP growth. And I mean, it's left Canada and the United Kingdom and even Switzerland in its tracks in that regard. Interesting.
It's a spectacular achievement. I mean, Lee Kuan Yew, who founded the country and created this miracle, should be studied by every leader in the world, because I don't think there's anyone who's been able to generate such a massive increase in the quality of life, and to do it with literally no resources whatsoever except for geography. And they managed to exploit their geography, as you said, to be kind of like modern day Nabateans. They're a trading hub for all of Asia.
Every sort of economic policy or philosophy does have a trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one thing you learn as a podcaster, that there's just always trade-offs. And if you're not clear on what the trade-offs are, then they might surprise you.
Right.
I mean, you can talk about socialism or you can talk about capitalism, whatever. All of them have trade-offs. What are the trade-offs of your economic strategy and philosophy?
Well, the leadership has to have humility, because it has to let go of power and turn it back to the people. And that is a very hard thing for politicians to do. I mean, no politician wants to have written on their gravestone, he stayed out of the way, left people alone so that they could do great things without him.
Especially when you're Mark
Although
Carney.
I think we'd be better off if more of them did. But I should also say that, like, there is a role for government. I'm not suggesting that there isn't. There should be a basic social safety net that provides the things that people who are less advantaged would not be able to have for themselves, to make sure that everyone has health care, even if they can't afford to pay for it, that there's basic schooling and roads and infrastructure. But what happens is that once you get beyond providing those basics and government starts to metastasize into, all kinds of other things that are not its core responsibility, each dollar spent has less and less return, and then it turns into a negative
Foreign aids. We keep giving money to Ukraine.
return, where the more they spend, the more damage they do. And I think we're beyond that point on the curve.
Because I'm thinking about how immigration ties into all of this and to GDP growth. I think in Canada, from the research I was doing, there has been a decline in birth rates.
Yes.
So there's significantly less people getting married. There's significantly less people being born. So how does one run their economy when you're not having new children being born without bringing in lots of immigrants to help support that economy?
Well, first of all, I think we have to ask ourselves, why has the birth rate gone down? And I would argue that it's economic reasons. If you cannot afford a home, then you have no place to raise children. We have this phenomenon in Canada of 35-year-olds still living in their parents' basements. And how do you even get a date? I mean, how do you bring a date home? It's a challenge. Wow. If you're 35, and these are great high-achieving people who've got jobs, but they just can't afford a place to live, or they're stuck in a small apartment because that's all their paycheck will buy them in the way of rent. And so I think for those economic constraints, we have a lot of young people who otherwise would love to have children in their late 20s, early 30s, who simply have nowhere to raise them.
Am I right in thinking that a lot of these Western economies have allowed a lot of people into their countries to make up for the willingness or desire or the availability of people to do the sort of low wage jobs? Is this what's happened globally? Because it's what people tell me in the UK.
Yes, I think that a lot of multinational corporations have abused the immigration system in order to drive down wages. In Canada, for example, the government massively expanded the international student and temporary foreign worker programs, and that allowed corporations to pay artificially low wages to people who do not have the same mobility rights and opportunities. And that drove down wages, displaced people from their jobs, and ultimately ballooned housing costs. And so my position is that we need to cap numbers and ensure that the economy, healthcare, and housing grows faster than the population at all times.
If you cap numbers, does that mean that these corporations, these entrepreneurs, these companies don't have enough people to fill the roles in their companies and therefore have to move somewhere else? What does it mean?
No, I mean, we have unemployment. We have people without jobs. But they just, some multinationals don't.
My brother is a teenager and he is actively seeking for a job for now months, many months actually. And he's more serious than I was at his age. And he finds it harder to actually find a job. So this is a reality. This is what's going on. I had friends that were searching for jobs for months. It's not normal. I'm sorry, folks. Even like now, it's been like almost 3 years I am at the same working place. But just before arriving where I am, I was in another place and I wasn't happy and I was searching for a job. And guess what? It took me months to find a job I now have. Months of actively searching and applying for many jobs, many posting, and I was barely getting interviews despite having a strong resume. So it's not normal. It's not normal. I'm sorry, it's not.
You get
like
did you get hit with the shit you're overqualified?
Yeah.
And then see, interesting enough, right? So Silicon Valley was basically one of the guys. He's working, I think, with Palantir, and he was like Trump's AI czar. He's kind of this weirdo. I've mentioned him more than once. He's basically this guy. It's not the guy you think of. It's not Altman. He was a guy. He's like talks a lot about the AI things. He was basically doing. He basically said Silicon Valley was built on H-1B visas. So, in the modern era. So, and it's very weird because Elon was like, we need more H-1B visas. Trump was like, no. Like, let's say you go to your...
Because Elon knows he uses these people for lower wages.
And here's the other thing. Like when you go to like a Chinese food place or something like that, or a Chinese district, the Chinese do smuggle in like slave labor under immigration.
And they pay them under the table.
Yep. There's a
That's so often here in Canada. It's crazy.
Well, you've heard of it too. I know it's true.
In Canada, it's like that. Like most very small dépanner. I can't remember.
Like family, but they're
like many stores that are smaller than a grocery store employ only people by paying them cash. It's hilarious. Anyway, let's play more of that now.
Want to pay full wages. So they think, well, just undercut the wage by bringing someone in from a very poor country who's willing to work for a lot less and who has fewer rights because they can't leave the job to go to another employer. So it's kind of like Easy Street. And so my view is that when you've got unemployed people and you're trying to fill your workplace, pay higher wages. Give people a better return on their work.
You've got unemployment. Are those people trained and skilled and willing to do the jobs that Canada needs them to do?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have 100,000 unemployed construction workers. They could be building the homes that we need built. We have young people coming out of
people with degrees don't get jobs.
Without a job. We have 30-year highs in unemployment among youth. They should be getting those jobs. And, Starbucks says, well, they don't want to take them. Well, maybe you're not paying enough. If you're not paying the right wage, then you're not going to get the right worker. But pay an equivalent wage and you'll attract a worker who will do the job.
Again, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
So, Starbucks increase wages.
Yes.
Which means that Starbucks then will increase the cost of a cup of coffee, presumably.
Well, unless they can find more efficient ways to run their systems. More competition in the system will allow the worker to gain more and the consumer to pay less.
Free
And
market.
the entrepreneur in the middle has to find.
Okay, I'm going to ask this legitly. So your Sam Hortons are like your McDonald's, right? Can we... Starbucks has I don't know if you have Dunkin' Donuts up there.
We used to have a lot of them, but they are vanishing slowly but surely.
Like, what's your local donut shops? Do you got those?
Tim Horton, but they are slowly dying as well.
They're dying too.
Every coffee places are dying, my friend.
So, Starbucks also has a monopoly, not for the reasons you think. It has a monopoly because it's the only one of its kind. Okay? And people like paying $8 for an espresso.
And by the way, it's not the only thing that's dying in Canada. A lot of Burger Kings are dying. RVs are dying. What stands up right now in fast food chain is like McDonald's and A&W. They're the only ones that are surviving the great apocalypse. Like
how are your gas stations?
They are dying, man.
Are they corporate like the others?
Yeah. Subway are dying.
Yeah.
It's all blowing up.
So all the corporate chains are dying.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really, we have a dying economy. That's what's going on here.
No, that's what I asked. I hate how Starbucks is that. Starbucks raises their damn prices regardless.
Yeah.
Who cares?
To save and operate more efficiently. That's the magic of the market, is that everybody has a vested interest in driving the most value for the lowest cost.
So you could come into power in, is it 2029 if there's no overthrowing of the current leader? 2029 is going to be an interesting time. If these sort of forecasts that we're getting from some of the world's leading...
These people cannot really predict the weather, so you can't expect them to predict anything else. So let's move on later to the video, because we got very interesting stuff coming down the pipeline. So
I think the idea is about, would you be able to be different than Trump? Because he literally does say he can't be Trump because he has never met Trump and he refuses to meet him to make a challenge to the... he wants to just oppose Carney to oppose Carney.
And by the way, he cannot really meet with Trump either because he's the opposition. He's not the government. So that would look very bad, and that would open... it
would open up really weird.
Yeah.
But then again, this guy also says, why didn't you talk about it? Because you're everywhere.
Yeah.
So
let's
play the next segment.
Discourse. I hear us focusing on other things. And one of those things is immigration. Across the Western world, the subject of immigration seems to be a bit of a winning formula for political leaders. If I think about the UK, what Trump said about being invaded by rapists and murderers from the southern border. Do you feel that it's a sort of a weaponized, divisive tool for people to get elected, complaining about the brown people or foreigners?
I'll just give you the Canadian experience. So for roughly 200 years, we had the most successful immigration system in the world, by far. In fact, other countries, both Republicans and Democrats in the United States, used to say we need to study the Canadian system because it has been so successful. We had a point system that measured whether someone would be a good fit for our labor market, whether they would integrate well into our system. And overwhelmingly, people integrated, intermarried. My wife is a refugee from Venezuela. That is not an uncommon story in Canada. What we encountered was a very sudden and inexplicable increase in the numbers in the period from 2021 to 2024 that was strictly...
That started earlier than that, but he cannot say it because maybe some of the swing voters will hate him for that. But let's continue.
Out of line with our ability to absorb people into housing, healthcare, and jobs. And this upset the social peace on immigration that we had had for 2 centuries leading up to it. And now everyone across the political spectrum agrees that it went too far, too fast. And the approach that we're taking is that that we have to make it a lawful system. It has to follow the rules. People have to come in legally in numbers that we can absorb and ultimately integrate into jobs, society, and our way of life. Population cannot grow faster than the housing stock.
I'll say this, good luck walking back open borders.
Or you'll run out of places to live.
It's logic, it's common sense, and I will also add this. It has already started, or I should say, it had started in 2014 by the end of the Stephen Harper era, simply because he thought immigration would be a big question, and he was seeing Trudeau rising in the polls, and he took the approach of let's increase immigration. But then Trudeau went wild with it. Carney continues, but it's not as wild. But again, it started in 2014, and it just went downhill. We no longer have the amazing system we used to have.
And then this is how you're turning into a nation of brown people?
Yeah.
Brown and sorry, Chinese and brown. So that's why I say jokingly, who's going to take over your nation first?
India,
Arabs,
India or
Indians, or Chinese?
Yeah, I think India or Arabs will be the most likely to do.
I mean, I hate to say that, but it's true.
I keep telling what could happen. Civil war. They will shoot each other for colors, folks. Let's be all happy together.
Much of the reason most people haven't posted content or built their personal brand is because it's hard and it's... What is the biggest threat, do you think, to the Western world and the Western way of living? Because people often, they point at Iran, they say China, they say Russia.
I think it depends on what China decides to do. China is a spectacular and brilliant civilization with so much to contribute to world harmony, if that's their choice. If the government decides that it's going to direct the immense successes of that country towards trading and working with other countries, then there's nothing to worry about. But if it is a very aggressive bellicose approach, using technology for espionage, interference in foreign countries, as they have done in Canada, invading Taiwan, then China and Beijing in particular, the regime, could become the biggest risk and threat to our country and our world.
What does history say about this kind of moment in time where there's seemingly two world powers?
Mm-hmm. Well, there is an incredible book called Thucydides' Trap, which a professor named Allison said that throughout history, he took, I think, 20 occasions where an incumbent superpower was caught up on by a challenging superpower. And in, I think, the majority of cases, it did end up in war. And now he said it's not necessary, though, and it doesn't have to happen. It can be avoided. And he lays out a plan in his book for it to be avoided. I think it can be avoided as well if Beijing can be made to understand that it is in the interest of China to be part of the community of nations, to work collaboratively, to trade freely, to be a partner rather than an enemy. And I hope they make the right decision.
That's very Prime Minister-like. It's a great response, but let's be realistic. We are talking about China and a nation, a government that wants to take over the world, literally like these old comics villains. But again, Pierre Poilievre speaks like a true leader and a true Prime Minister there. He hopes for the best. And finger crossed, we don't need to learn Mandarin or Chinese. I don't know what's the exact language.
Is it fair to say that the United States is really at war with China now already, but just through proxy wars and other types of sort of economic wars? And because now that they both have nuclear weapons, you can't really have a direct conflict, can you?
Well, let's put it this way. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, these are all countries that were in the realm of influence of Beijing. And they're the countries where the United States is pursuing a change. So there is the war that we watch on the evening news and the real interest behind them that is driving it.
Canada doesn't have nuclear weapons.
By the way, that also means Canada is also part of that proxy war because of fentanyl, and because of our stupid immigration system, because of our government that actually wants Canada to be in a security partnership with China. So we are a proxy of China to attack and to make the USA look bad. So what's the response? The USA don't send troops because that would look terrible.
You are
They
in
tariff
a
us.
no. You are in a. You have the most borders of like your territory has the most borders of like anything with the Arctic.
Yeah.
Now, reality is this is the thing. Reality would say that clearly that Chinese and because one of the things about why we wanted Greenland was not because we wanted imperial power. It was because of what the Russians and the Chinese were doing.
They are both in that area.
What they were both doing.
Yeah.
And the problem is the Dutch are not trying to
stop that.
To basically stop it. That's the key. Yes, sorry, it's very
negotiating with Trump right now if the recent election in Canada had gone your way. This is a pretty stark graph that I've just slid you. Mm-hmm. It shows that you were leading in the polls seemingly up until the very, very last moment in the elections. Is that accurate, that poll?
Yeah, I think that's probably a weighted average, but yeah, I think more or less.
What happened?
Well, if you look what happened, our support didn't drop that much. The other parties collapsed in behind the Liberal Party, and it was largely due to the Canada-U.S. issue that you raised.
Really?
So, but at the same time, we got the biggest vote count we had ever received and the highest share of vote that we've received since 1988. So we did perform very well. Our opponents performed even better. And now we have to build on the solid base that we've accumulated in order to win the next election.
Just as the election comes into the home stretch, your polling but basically stays the same. Mm-hmm. A slight little bit of a drop, but roughly stays the same. What caused the drop in that sort of home stretch there, do you think?
One of the challenges I had was I wanted to focus on the things that were going on in people's lives. The doubling of housing costs, the rising crime rate, the inflation crisis, and my solutions to all of those problems. But a lot of that was swept off of the conversation because everyone was focused suddenly on the tariffs and the president.
And right now, that response is very good. It describes very well Pierre Poilievre's approach to take control of the interview and to direct it in a way that benefits his narrative and what he wants to push. I think he does that very well. And it's a big contrast with Carney. Carney dodges, lies, and gaslight to escape question he doesn't like, while Pierre Poilievre changes gun and direct and lead the way toward what he wants to talk about. So what did you want to say, Dragon?
I was going to say, here's the thing. I caught this in your election. We have this thing in U.S. elections. It's called the October surprise. One of the October surprises was the Comey release of the documents that screwed over Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah.
So reality is, maybe because they tried to saddle. It didn't help that Trump is very bombastic. Look, we realize Trump is very bombastic. We realize, I think Bill O'Reilly has said it best. He's always going to be, like, to a degree, very loud. But, like, if you really...
Guys needed that kind of leadership after
If
Biden.
you really believe we were going to make you the 51st state... I'm not kidding. That's some sort of...
You guys don't want a second California.
We don't want it. We got California and
It's
all
more
this
than
other
enough.
shit.
The president saying that he was going to take Canada as a state, but also him saying that he was going to apply tariffs.
That's right. And those tariffs are still in place.
Why did that impact you and help Mark Carney?
That's a good question. I think it allowed the conversation to move away from the domestic record of the government and on to external factors. And that always helps the incumbent and hurts the challenger.
How was this emotionally?
Oh, it was a roller coaster. And it was like things were changing so fast and moving so quickly. In the moment, it's like you don't really have time to feel anything. You're just doing so much so quickly that your emotions, they're put on delay until after it's all over.
So after it's all over, I've got this wonderful photo of that.
Yes.
Of you and your family. You said the emotions came after because you were going.
Yes. So my leadership started in 2022 as we were coming out of COVID. And there were so many people who placed so much hope in me, who had suffered so much. They would tell me they felt like they lost control of their lives and that they vested hope in me. So I'd get young people who'd say, you have to win because I want to start a family and I can't start a family in this economy. Or mothers would say, we just can't afford food anymore. Or police officers say, I've arrested the same guy 4 times this week and he keeps getting released. You have to win to fix these problems. It's not about you, Mr. Poilievre. It's about the stuff that's happening in our lives, and you have to fix it. You know, I had a lady come to one of my rallies because when you vote to choose a leader of a party, you have to pay $15 to join the party. And she came up and told me about her life story, and then she went up to the membership desk and said, can I borrow $8? And they said, what do you need it for? She said, well, I only have $7. And they said, oh, well, there's a bank machine downstairs. You can go get some more cash. And she says, I don't have a bank card. And they said, well, perhaps could you go to your car and get some money? She said, well, I don't have any money in my car. What about your home? Because we're not allowed to buy them under the rules for other people. And she said, I don't have a home. I live in my car. And the $7 is all the money I own.
That's
and I'm
sad.
spending it on a membership so that I can vote for Mr. Poilievre because he is my only hope. This is the only chance I have. So I wanted to deliver for these people. And when we didn't win, I felt terrible that I hadn't delivered for them.
So that was a great testimony. Why does that? I like that. So let's move to later. There we go.
That's right.
For explaining what you would do if you were Prime Minister, if you were leading Canada.
You even dug up the check.
I found the check. It wasn't cashed. No, it's a fake,
All right.
it's a fake check.
We'll go have lunch.
So you won $10,000 for submitting this
Yes.
when you were 20 years old, explaining what you would do if you ever became the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And I would like you to actually just read the opening 3 paragraphs because it does... It is quite interesting to see how you've evolved, if at all. Could you just read those first 3 paragraphs and give me
Sure.
any other of the context which I might have excluded?
Sure. Although we Canadians seldom recognize it, the most important guardian of our living standards is freedom. Freedom to earn a living and share the fruits of our labor with loved ones. The freedom to build personal prosperity through risk-taking and strong work ethic. The freedom of thought and speech, the freedom to make personal choices, and the collective freedom of citizens to govern their own affairs democratically. Government's job is to constantly find ways to remove itself from obstructing such freedoms. Human beings are graced with the gifts of creativity, wisdom, and ingenuity. The best way for a society to go about improving its living standards is to allow citizens to apply these qualities to the challenges of everyday life. Asking a prime minister to single-handedly improve the living standards of 30 million of the world's brightest is about as realistic as asking him to take to an Olympic sprinting track to help a lineup of world-class athletes reach the finish line. The more the government becomes involved in the race, the greater the number of hurdles competitors will encounter. Therefore, as Prime Minister, what I would do to improve living standards is not as nearly as important as what I would not do. As Prime Minister, I would relinquish to citizens as much of my social, political, and economic control as possible, leaving people to cultivate their own personal prosperity and to govern their own affairs as directly as possible.
In the last
So that's actually what his platform is right now. So he didn't change that much in that matter. He is consistent. And there's a lot of people saying, oh, he said that, he did this. There are a few details that changed, but his overall platform and set of belief didn't change. He is the same guy that entered Parliament 20 years ago. And this is, I think, what we believe, not someone that flip-flops like Carney. Anyway, let's hear more about that great interview.
decade since you've been out on the road more, speaking to people, campaigning, where have your views evolved?
I would say my temperament has matured. 10 years ago, I did not have a wife and kids. As a father, you end up having to grow in a tremendous amount of patience because kids don't do what they're told, or they have needs that must supersede your own. You're constantly making compromises with a spouse in order to juggle all of the difficulties of family life. And that necessarily spills over into your political approach. I think temperamentally I've changed. I'm much more careful and thoughtful than I was, say, in my late 20s and early 30s.
The people that have, opposition parties have often referred to you as Trump light.
And what do they base that on?
I guess because you're both conservatives, I guess that would be much of the argument. And you both have spoken out against this term wokeism and DEI.
Yeah, look, on DEI, and I don't think that is something particular to President Trump. I mean, there's a lot of people around the world who, for their own reasons and based on their own experiences, have criticized that particular ideology. What I think has changed is that liberals used to believe in liberty and conservatives believed in conserving it. You know, they used to say liberals were the gas pedal, conservatives were the brake, but we were both heading in generally the same direction. But what I think happened with wokeism is that it is a deeply illiberal ideology. It is liberalism, traditional liberalism was a colorblind ideology. It was based on total equality, regardless of gender.
And I will also add this, the current conservative are far more liberal than the current liberal, especially in Canada. Just saying, late stage, end stage liberalism, this is what we are having.
I mean, you have that here. By the way, cue that pause. I hate how he uses this because I wouldn't call wokeism. Because originally when you were said, you told people to stay woke, it was to look for racism as a black person in a community, okay?
Yeah.
Here's the trick. Modern DEI and woke policy comes from a progressive root. It comes from critical race theory that was originally pushed under politically correct systems. Critical race theory was pushed very early on through things, and then you had the HR departments. This was years ago. The problem is you have a lot of people. I think there's something that's said, I think it was said today on Archcast today, between Smash JT and Arch. It's about the education systems. Like we talk about why Starfleet Academy doesn't look like a Star Trek series. It looks diverse like California. They only know the last shit they wrote. They grew up in it, a culture that is very diverse. They look at that, and to them, that's normal. Anything less is considered sterile or racist. Because there are actual people DEI promoted, see, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. In the U.S., we had, God, I can't think of the term. It was a policy that said a university can't refuse a minority or something like that. You can't refuse it because you need it.
Canada is the same.
Here's the thing. But that policy later on, after the 90s, I said it was reverse of that. Universities would intentionally keep out the white people and still have a shit ton of minorities. Because let's assume in the universities in the U.S., you can go to whatever university you want if you're in top 10% of your class, something like that, usually. But there were people being refused, all because of skin color or because of they needed to let in a black person or a Mexican or something.
Not surprised.
It sounds far-fetched.
No, Canada is exactly like that.
And it's reverse. I'll think of the policy, but it was a policy in the 90s. It was like reverse discrimination.
Yeah.
And it was used under
Canada.
DEI because it said, now it's just DEI is basically, it looks like moralism gone to the extreme. Like, does that make sense, Multi? A lot of stuff we review.
It's like that in Canada.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Sexuality, race, or anything else.
Yes.
Wokeism is exactly the opposite of that. It like accentuates all of those differences and disagreements. It groups people based on what should be irrelevant characteristics like race and gender. And then having divided people into groups, it seeks to expand state control over their lives.
Tribalism.
What I believe in is treating people as individuals and letting them live their own lives, judging them exclusively on their own merits. And I think that was the consensus view of both liberals and conservatives up until this toxic ideology came along and divided people.
One of the things
Let me say this. What's funny is in the 90s, you would think, because if you asked normal gay people, I kind of would just, do you want gay marriage? Right? Most of them were fine with civil unions. And it's weird, right?
Yeah.
But it's really what I call the gaytivists, the gay activists, that really pushed it. Conservatives warned liberals in the United States. And we try to warn Democrats as well, but they're not listening. They embrace not the LGBT. We said, you're going to have to accept the QIA plus people.
Yeah.
And that's going to fuck your party sideways.
And this is exactly what happened in 2024.
I'm a black man.
Mm-hmm.
I moved from Botswana when I was a baby and came to the UK, and thank God there was sort of social systems in place, because I don't think that I would have had the outcomes I'd had. One of the things that I did know, though, when I was 18, dropped out of university and started to get into the world of business, is I was aware, because when you look at like funding data for entrepreneurs that are black or especially women, it's clear that there's like a systemic disadvantage of some sort. And I wonder, someone like yourself who's against this sort of DEI ideology, how do you contend with like systemic institutional discrimination towards certain groups, which does pose objectively real disadvantage on them being able to climb the ladder? Because you said something earlier about your goal being in Canada to make sure everybody like has a fair shot.
That's right.
How does one counteract the systemic issues around race or gender or whatever it might be that stop that being possible? Because I found myself in an interesting position where, like, on one end, I'm like, I want to be treated like everybody else.
Right.
And I've always felt that way. And I've always actually, to some degree, cringed a little bit when I felt like someone was giving me special treatment because my skin color was different, because it in some way made me feel like I was at a disadvantage, which I know can become quite self-fulfilling. However, on the other side of the spectrum, I do also believe that there is like systemic discrimination that is going to hold certain groups back if there isn't something done to level that playing field. So
That's far left thinking. With a system like Canada, it's not going to happen. The only disadvantage you may argue with is, oh, you got less money because it's costly to move. But not anymore. Not in Canada. They give people money so they come. This is how the system changed. We are paying immigrants to come here. This is how bad it has gotten. It wasn't like that before Trudeau. It really started being like that with Trudeau.
By the way, here's the thing. Merit-based or meritocracy, a merit-based system. Because I've always said the enshittification of like video games and other departments came from like, if you look at like what happened with Blizzard Entertainment.
Yeah.
Or WotC even. As people left, they hired people like themselves. So, you know what I mean? Old person leaves, hire an assistant. You didn't want diversity of opinion in that department.
Canada doesn't like diversity of opinion.
You weren't. See, this is in general in businesses. Like Blizzard was notoriously progressive and bar liberal. Same with Wizards of the Coast. No one's shocked by this. Like all these companies, like there are people they would hire. Let's say they had to replace somebody. Like at a local Starbucks near me, the interesting part is almost everyone I knew worked at that Starbucks was outright liberal.
That's funny.
Not by chance either. They wouldn't hire a conservative. The only conservative I ever knew that worked there was forced out as a manager.
That's funny.
It's weird. Like, but there's also a meritocracy. Oh, there's also a merit-based system.
Yeah.
Like, if a black man doesn't become a firefighter, same as a woman, you don't change the standards. It's a fitness requirement, right?
Yeah.
There's requirements. You need a degree or something to, like, you need. That was one thing with, like, Sotomayor when she got on to the Supreme Court. She was involved in this really disastrous opinion that said lessen the requirements for like firefighters so black people could get in up there. It is where she was. It didn't make it better. It's like firefighters have a dangerous job. They got to carry their equipment plus a body. So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff. The death of a meritocracy and what your talent is versus your skin color. No, half video games, half television. People are brought in because your ideas sound good. You sound like we could get along. It's not, have you worked on a movie that's a blockbuster? No, we're just going to give you this franchise because you wrote a good story that has a message or helps us with an ideology. Does that make sense, Multi?
It does.
And this is in business. And what's funny in the UK, being a black person isn't as oppressive as being in the US because black British people are basically treated as citizens of the crown. They'll unite. It's like funny. They'll unite the same way to like do stuff. And the thing about this is he grew up in a different era. And he said it before, he felt like a cog in a machine. But he also wants to earn his place in a way.
Yeah.
You just don't want it because you're a woman. And let's say you're a black woman, right? You get the position. It's like stupid.
Let's play more of that now.
Look, I think the answer is equality. There has to be strict equality and equal
agree.
treatment regardless of race,
100%.
gender,
But equality
ethnicity,
without
religion,
meritocracy
and
doesn't
that
feel
is
like
the
fucking
that
equality.
is the ideal to which we were all striving. And I think if we get back to that, then we can give everybody a chance to achieve based on their own merit. What we need is a meritocracy that is colorblind and
Yep.
and judges people based on what they can do.
Answer.
People aren't colorblind, though, are they?
No,
I think my dad said to me when I was younger, he said, everybody's prejudiced. I remember sitting in the back of the car. My dad's white. I'm thinking, my dad just said that he thinks everyone might be racist and everyone's prejudiced. I'm like, is my dad racist? But as I've gotten older, I realized that he, to some degree, is telling the truth, that prejudice is part of how we survived as humans and we're able to understand danger from not. So prejudice is something that I think is very prevalent in society, whether we believe we're not and everyone else is. So if prejudice is very prevalent in society, does there need to be measures that counteract that to give everybody a fair chance?
our institutions have to be conscious about making sure that we are judging people based on their merit, and they should work aggressively to make sure that that everyone, regardless of where they come from, their background, has a chance to succeed, get the job, get the promotion, move up the ladder. I don't think that is achieved by breaking people down into more and more different groups and divisions, by trying to build the barriers between people based on race and gender. I think it's by actually removing them. So the problem I have with wokeism is it seems almost designed to divide people. And that is exactly the opposite of the objective that we all sought when we pushed for racial equality and personal freedom and responsibility.
How does one contend with the system?
So here's the thing about this. What he's trying to describe is modern liberalism. Now say the word with me. Multi, it starts with a T. Do you know what that word is?
No.
Tribalism.
Oh.
Tribalism. Not the kind of tribalism where you have First Peoples who get together. So, U.S. used to be, by design, a lot more, I say, of a stable place. But when you go to these areas that are very progressive, sometimes very liberal, they're not extremely... The first thing you had to do was break down the stuff into tribalism. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? You needed to break down that cultural barrier.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know if it was like that in Canada, but...
We used to be equals, but with Trudeau, everything changed.
I mean, I think, it's interesting how, I want to say, times changed in the U.S. It's not the realm of it, because tribalism is what he's trying to decide. What he's trying to say is the inherent problem.
Yeah.
And it's why there's DEI and there's this weird ideology it actually causes division. Because I'll say this before we continue, and this will probably, if it makes sense. I said that Obama, when he got elected, set back race relations 30 years by his policies. Especially, it was proven after Trayvon Martin. He said Trayvon Martin could have been my child. And it turned out Trayvon Martin was kind of a criminal in a way. And he did something wrong and then got shot by Zimmerman. It didn't seem fair. But it was deemed a lawful shooting.
Yeah.
Now, but then we had the Ferguson riots. Obama, the great unifier, became the great divider of black people amongst white people and other races. Does that make sense?
It does.
And it's I'd say it's kind of a failure, and it's only gotten worse. Like, once you get towards when you start letting the QIA plus people run around, they're like, oh, you're not trans, but you're not important anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you're just a sick-sack man. You're not important anymore. Jesus. I don't know if that happens in Canada. Like, I've seen people...
issues
It does happen. Now I see time flies, so I guess we can play.
the prejudices. I remember reading about studies where like if they got a bunch of people and got them to apply for jobs, and just based on the names, whether they were like a typically white name versus say a typically black name, the response rate is markedly different.
Yeah.
Well, I go back to my first principles. I think that government is responsible for a lot of the barriers that are put in place. So let me give you some examples. When government brings into place these anti-housing policies that I described, they impact far more on minorities and disadvantaged people than they do on established people, obviously, because if you're new to a country or you come from a poorer background, you won't have a house. And then you're the one who's going to pay the biggest price for the fact that government is making housing unaffordable. If you think at the occupational licensing rules that I just described that block immigrants from having working in their professions, even when they're thoroughly qualified, those are government-imposed obstacles that prevent people from getting ahead. Also, a lot of these soft on crime policies have been sold to us on the grounds that they're going to help minorities by ensuring that we don't have as high a conviction rate. Well, what they've actually done is that in many minority communities where the law-abiding people are now...
Decriminalization. That's the term, multi. By the way, I'm going to say this. The one thing I didn't like about this interview, and I know about the guy, I think this is not the gotcha question, but he answers it very well.
Yeah, for sure.
It's clearly a liberal question.
Suffering as a result of criminals of all backgrounds. And so, ironically, it's actually government policies that are causing people of disadvantaged backgrounds to suffer even more. So wokeism accentuates all of those problems rather than solving them. So I'm interested in solving problems to give everybody the opportunity to live a safe, affordable, opportunity-filled life. And wokeism is not doing that. Creating a free market, free enterprise economy with free people who have free speech. That's the single best way to give people of all racial backgrounds a better chance in life.
Again, I'm holding the position of the DEI to try and... I like the clash of ideas because it helps me to think through these things. I've never had the chance to ask somebody these kind of questions before. And on that point of housing, one of the things that I found to be quite surprising was that black mortgage applicants are up to 200% more likely to be denied a home loan than white applicants with the similar financial profile.
This is in Canada?
These stats are for the West. So,
okay.
But what is going on there? Because it says that they have similar financial profiles, yet their applications are being denied up to 200% more.
This is a study that he's pulling. It comes from the Western housing market, Western society housing market. It's called redlining. Redlining is sometimes used. It's kind of a myth, but it's also it's real, but most likely it's a myth. Which, I mean, it's been used by Democrats and liberals, but that's kind of the policy of it. It keeps, let's say, an area that is predominantly one race and somebody else, like they don't want a black person there, they'll put a restriction, or they'll see a black person, and then rest, voila, you got redlining. Redlining is different. Now, traditionally, what's weird is why black people and other minorities are denied loans in home loans is because of the debt liability, and they don't think they can pay off that loan.
Than white home buyers.
So I had not seen that data point before, but I would say that these sound like really stupid bankers because they're making a bad decision to deny people a mortgage and ultimately deny themselves the business if that's how they're making their judgments.
And then DEI comes in to make sure that their judgments aren't stupid.
Well, I'm not sure that DEI cures stupidity, though. In some cases, we've seen it cause more.
But that's how it shows up, right? It's like a logical next step, which is there's prejudice going on in the system, which is making it unequal for some groups. And DEI becomes this corrective measure so those stupid bankers don't make stupid decisions.
But DEI has been in place now for several decades, and how is it working? You're reading the statistics to show that it's not. So maybe it's not actually doing what it's designed to do. Maybe it's doing other things.
The other thing that I actually was really keen to talk about, I just realized, is
Sure.
Is this?
It was a trapped question.
I liked it.
He's a liberal. Okay, I hate this when they do this. They were asking him a question. He saw the trap. The thing is, he just doesn't know it's called redlining, right? He also doesn't. It's more CRT policy, which is critical race theory, that became DEI. So you're good.
Oh, that's little Valentina there. She loves to be on Daddy's shoulders.
How old is Valentina?
Valentina is 7 years old.
7 years old, and she's nonverbal.
She's nonverbal, yes.
What does nonverbal mean?
She is autistic. She's on the spectrum. So the biggest difference between Valentina and other children is the ability to communicate verbally. So we're working very hard on that. She's making some encouraging progress, but she does have some challenges in that area. She's very acrobatic and rambunctious. She loves to climb, swing, bounce, jump, and she is extremely affectionate. And one of the superpowers she has is that whatever she does 100%. She's also 100% authentic. So, and that's not the case once kids get old enough to manipulate to get what they want. They can put on acts and artifices. She doesn't do that. She's the real deal all the time. You know exactly how she feels because she indicates it. And she's very blessed to have a little brother, Cruz, who adores her and treats her better than anyone else in the world.
I often hear parents talk about their concerns with, someone like Valentina growing up in the world as nonverbal. You're not going to be here forever to protect her. And, I was saying to you before, my brother has 3 kids under the age of, 7 years old now. And I've noticed just how much he thinks about how they're going to be when he's not here. How does that relate to Valentina being nonverbal and how you think about the future?
Well, a lot of things. Like one, we obviously have to build up a nest egg for her so that if she can't earn income, she will have the resources for a great life after we're gone. And second, we're really hoping that we forge a very permanent and deep bond between her and her brother Cruz, because he will be there. And one of the things he says again and again is, my job is to protect Valentina from bad guys. So this is a good attitude, especially that they are actually in the same class. Even though she's older, she is in his class at school. And so he's daddy's eyes to protect our little princess. But I think when he's older, I believe, based on his nature, that he's going to be there for her. And we are building a plan towards that.
My job is to protect Valentina from bad guys.
That's right. It's a great instinct.
How has it changed your politics?
It's reinforced my sense of compassion for people who can't provide for themselves. And, I've talked a lot about how government should be limited. I do think there's a very real role for government to help people who genuinely cannot provide for themselves, people who suffer with disabilities being probably the best example. And it has reinforced to me that we have to also have policies that recognize the inherent worth of every individual. Too often, governments have seen people with disabilities as just someone they have to care for, but not someone who can contribute. And I believe that everybody has something to contribute, and that we should try to unlock that in every human being. We don't know exactly what Valentina will do, but I believe she will do some kind of a job at some point in the future. And I'm very passionate about policies that enable people with disabilities to have work opportunities, even if it's just very limited, to design programs so that when they have for example, cash or medication support, it doesn't get robbed from them just because they get a job. So it has focused my mind a lot on people. It gives you a sense of compassion, because when you see somebody who might be different, like I see my daughter in that person. I see my daughter, often my wife is very good at this. She'll see someone who might be acting differently in a crowd, and other people are looking at that person, and she'll grab my hand, she'll say, I think he's autistic. And then she will often go and talk to that boy and make him feel loved. So compassion is about feeling what the other person feels, and you have a greater ability to do that when there's a loved one close to you who has the experience.
So I think this is the perfect moment to actually end that. I thought that was a great interview. Thank you for clipping what was important. That was very hard for me to trim it down to the things I did want to talk about. A very good signal I had is the moment they started talking about Trump, except the one instance where I kept a Trump moment because I thought that was important. But overall, that interview was amazing. And at first listen, I thought Joe Rogan interview was better. But the more I listened to other people talking about that one, and the more I did watch for myself that interview, the more I thought actually this one interview here is the best one to really get to know Pierre Poilievre. I think that was a magical play that was very clever to choose that interview for Pierre Poilievre team. And I really liked it. What did you think of that interview?
Oh, I thought it was good. I mean, I'm surprised. It's a lot better. Like, that's why I said I am listening through it. I wasn't sure about it.
That's exactly how I felt. And that's why it took me like at least 2 listen to really realize the golden we were offered with that one. And with Joe Rogan, that was instant. But the more I
Joe
compare
Rogan, I see the only thing that I dislike about his format is he is very. I'm not saying progressivism is a virus. It's, how do you put it? Progressivism. See, if I can ever nail down Sorter to a day that it's a weekly, it would be good. The funny thing about this is progressives, so you have about 3 kinds of ideologies. Let's say conservatives, independent libertarians, which are roughly the same thing, and liberals. Then you have progressives. People, when I call people progressives, like I had a guy earlier, he called himself a left-leaning conservative. That doesn't exist in the US.
that's counter nature.
That's counter nature because it doesn't. You can't say you're.
You can say you're center left, but no, you
No,
can't.
there's a very big difference where you can say you're a social conservative, like Poilievre is social conservative.
Yeah.
But
I'm
when I
also
say
social conservative.
when I say progressives work in a really bad spot, is progressives' nature is progress, but their version of progress is they take it too far. Last time they popped up, we got Marxism, we got the Russian Revolution, and a bunch of other stuff. And this time around, they popped out of it. And I mean, the guy's a little bit like, but he's in the UK. So he's kind of he's a futurist, but he is also the person who is like, you'll see like the blood for oil thing. He's always going to adopt the US imperialist stance, which that's fine. But Poilievre did really well. Like, the thing that I cut out was the AI thing.
Yeah.
Like, Poilievre doesn't give two shits about AI. You can say AI moderation or AI is going to eliminate basic jobs. AI is not going to eliminate a job at a corner store.
Anyway, I guess that's the perfect moment for the outro. What do you have going on your end of the internet?
I got stuff. I have, like, here. I'll say, like, I have my things next week. I was gonna have a stream today. But that got detoured. I had to do that.
Amazing.
Well, it's all fun.
In my end of the internet, we will have some Splinter Cell gaming this week. Tuesday, I talked about 3 Terrible, DC movie. Supergirl, 1984. That's horrendous. Catwoman, 2004. That's also horrendous. And guess what? Birds of Prey. I despise these 3 movies, but it will be exciting to talk about that again because we already talked about some of these movies in the past. Outside of that, Thursday, we have a dragon that will bring a surprise for the React stream we will have. And in the weekdays, it's at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And outside of that, well, I will be streaming co-op games over the next weekend with someone. And yeah, I guess this is it for tonight. I am excited about future weeks, future streams. Thank you for watching. Have a great one and take care. Timestamp in the description below for anyone that's been watching or that wants to watch the playback. Have a great one. Take care.
Yep, we too.